All right, now you should be able to hear me. God damn it. How retarded chicks, thank you so much for letting me know. God damn it. I forgot to turn on the microphone. All right, so now we're live. Now we're actually live. All right, thank you very, very much. I owe you one, HRC, if you're still there, if you haven't bailed. All right, here we are. Okay, I'm getting it together now. Man, this has been my most disastrous start to a live stream of all time, and I haven't been actually doing it that long, so maybe it's understandable. But now can you hear me? Anybody? Is the volume actually working now? It should be. All right, I'm going to start all over again from the start. Now that we got the sound working, I'm going to start over again from the start. This is what we're doing. We're talking about Trump and this ridiculous verdict, this insane verdict, this judgment of like $350 million in New York on something that never should have been brought up in the first place. What does the hand mean? How retarded chicks? Does that mean it's working? Does that mean you can hear me now? I don't know what that means. There we go. Thank you, sir. Thank you very, very much. All right, so we're go. So, yeah, we're going to talk about this absurd case against Trump. We're going to hear from Alan Dershowitz on it. Elon Musk piped in as well. We're going to talk about CSIS, which is the Canadian Intelligence Services, which apparently are targeting parents who are opposed to sex changes. So it's very similar to what's happening in the States, actually, isn't it? And it's no surprise under a Trudeau government, I assume that he would be putting pressure on the intelligence services. And that it's exactly what you would expect. It's scary, though. We're going to go through all of the Twitter stuff that I put together through the week. And that's always fun. I think I enjoyed that part the most, actually, out of the whole stream. And if things get too dark, too depressing, if they destroy your will to live, we're going to palate cleanse with a puppy for just a few moments, and that makes everything better. All right. So here we are, folks. We're finally working. Everything's finally working. I've got the right screen up. The volume is working. You guys can actually hear me now. Let's do it. This is Russia. This is China. Trump slams criminal judge's ruling in New York civil case. It all comes down to Biden. It's a witch hunt against his political opponent, Trump says, and it sure looks like that, doesn't it? Says this is Russia, this is China. And it's awfully interesting, Alex Navalny, the Russian dissident who just died in prison. All of the Democrats, all the leftists are talking about that, and that's bad. It's not good. It's not good what happened to them, but they don't seem capable of recognizing that it kind of looks like they're doing the same thing themselves. Not only to Trump, but apparently to everybody he's ever known, his lawyers, everybody. There's a deep kind of tragic irony in it all. Well, let's take a look. On Friday, former President Donald J. Trump slammed the decision by New York Judge Arthur Engoron, ordering Trump, family members, and business associates to pay upwards of $364 million. $364 million. So that's crazy, is it not? Don't forget, this is a victimless crime. It's actually not even a crime, it doesn't appear to be. It's never been tried. Nobody's ever been tried for this before. It's a first. And it's no surprise that it's coming against Trump, is it? So the banks were happy with the arrangement for the loans, because this is about loans. This is about claiming that Trump overvalued his properties to get loans. Well, who thinks that the banks don't have assessors that check on it for themselves. Obviously, they do. The bank said it's all fine. They're good. They got paid back. There doesn't appear to be any actual crime, which I guess is why they never tried anybody for it in the past. I guess with Trump, it doesn't matter if there's a crime or not. It's just get Trump. I mean, the DA campaigned on getting Trump. No evidence, didn't have any crime, just said, I'm going to get him. So, I mean, it's all extremely transparent, is it not? I don't know how it could be really more transparent, in all honesty. But anyway, let's keep reading. Trump spoke to reporters outside his Mar-a-Lago residence, comparing Judge Engoron's ruling to communist China and Russia and blaming President Biden for being the mastermind of it all. It sure seems like it. He said, a crooked New York state judge just ruled that I have to pay a fine of $355 million for having built the perfect company. That's how you know Trump really said it. The perfect company. It all comes down to Biden. It's a witch hunt against his political opponent, the likes of which our country has never seen before. I mean, we keep hearing that all of these DAs have been to the White House. They're actually in communications with the White House. It seems like there might be some sort of coordination going on there. Let's see. Trump told reporters that Engoron ruled against me before he even got the case. He said I was guilty. He didn't know what I was guilty of before he even got the case. Well, as we know, it was a summary judgment. So his lawyers weren't even allowed to present the case. The judge just said, no, you're guilty right away. And then the rest of it was just about how much will he pay? How much is the punishment? Which is insane. It shows the total degeneration of the media at this point, where this is all just fine with them, right? Democracy dies in the dark, right? All of that. They don't care. When Trump won in 2016, they did say publicly, the Washington Post famously, I mean, journalists were talking publicly about how, just the facts wasn't going to work anymore. The election didn't turn out the way they wanted, and they weren't happy about it. And from then on, they had a responsibility to shape the narrative, to tell people what to do, to influence people what to do, not with the truth, not with facts, not to let people make up their own minds. No, they needed to be manipulated. And it seems they were pretty honest about that. Which is that in itself is shocking. It shows such a lack of principle and a lack of and just to say such a confidence that they just get away with it as well, which is fairly shocking. Now that's just normal. It's a weird thing. Like, this case is so insane. Again, there's no victim. There's no victim in this. Everybody was happy. It's so insane that it's bizarre that it's not, everybody isn't outraged across the world every single day hearing about it. I mean, this is Banana Republic stuff. It's so out of line. It's so extreme. It's so obviously corrupt. Little by little, incrementally, Western societies are becoming corrupt. They're becoming compromised. Little by little, a frog boiling in a pot. To the point where this just happens. And the powers that be know they can get away with it. There's absolutely no fear of any kind of anything coming back on them. They can just do it. They know they've got the media behind them. They will cover for them no matter what they do. Let's see. We've got Invin. Hi from Whistler. How you doing, Invin? Posty Poet, no accountability in this world anymore. And Poet, I just want to say I enjoyed those poems you sent me. I enjoyed those. Those were good. And thanks for sending those. I really appreciate that. Um, where was I? I was ranting and raving like a lunatic. I should get back on it. Yeah, it's bizarre to me that this stuff is real. Like, it's just slowly crept up. So you see more and more bizarre things. Like, for instance, sex changes for kids. Treated as if it's just this absolutely normal, mundane thing. Oh, yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah. Kids get sex changes now. No big deal. Just stuff that even, 10 years ago, certainly 20 years ago, you would have sounded like a lunatic. People would have not been friends with you for saying things like that. Like, that's cool. Slowly, incrementally, these things have been normalized. And it's frightening. The Cultural Revolution has just crept up little bit by little bit, all on the principle of never one step back from the progressives. Right? They themselves can't take one step back. They have to keep moving more to the left, because where they were just standing is now right. And they can't go to the right. They have to go left. Always. All right. Anyway, that's my rant about how things have. And the thing is, it's not even happening slowly anymore. It doesn't even seem like it's happening incrementally anymore. Now it's like they're taking giant leaps. But all right. Where are we going with this? The case brought by New York Attorney General the case brought by New York Attorney General Letitia James has been seeking $370 million in damages from the former president. James argued in the case that Trump inflated the value of his business entities in the city with real estate pricing and alleged he engaged in a pattern of repeated and persistent fraud, except nobody says they were defrauded, except her. The ruling also barred Trump from running businesses in New York for 3 years. The former president said there was no fraud. I totally lost my Trump accent, my Trump impersonation there. And explained that banking testified that they all got their money and insisted that Trump is a great customer. That's all true. That's all true. Let's hear what Alan Dershowitz had to say about it. And keep in mind, Alan Dershowitz is a lifelong liberal. He says he's not going to vote for Trump. He hasn't voted for him in the past. He's not going to vote for him next time, but he just wants to be able to actually vote against him, because even though he's represented Trump, he defended him in the impeachment, he's just going off principle. He's one of the few people on the left that actually does have any principles. And now they've actually excommunicated him from the left, by the way. I guess because he's actually like a traditional liberal, and they hate that. So now he's lost all of his lefty friends, but he continues. Let's take a look.
Case, but this tells us so much about the politicization of our justice system, the weaponization of our system, and it's so dangerous because it will mean that business people are not going to want to run for office, because they know if they run for office, partisans are going to go after them, investigate them, figure out some way of getting them, like overvaluing. This is a judge which overevaluates when he wants to, $350 million for no damage, then underevaluates when he wants to, Mar-a-Lago $18 million. He's just willing to manipulate the numbers to get him to the result he wanted. I hope the courts will look at this with a very, very, very stringent eye. Case, but this tells us so much about the politicization.
So, yeah, I mean, the politicization is obvious, right? This, again, they've never prosecuted somebody for this before. This is just a made-up crime. No victims. It's a made-up crime. It couldn't be more transparent that this is simple political persecution. Let's see. Jay Lefebvre says, the Dems and Libs are the most corrupt in my lifetime. So, yeah, the Democrats and like the Liberal Party in Canada, absolutely. It's not just that, too. It's incompetence as well. I would say that the Liberal Party of Canada is even more incompetent, to be honest. Invin says, I speak to so many people who get their info from sources like CNN. Yes, they do. They don't get alternative news. It feeds itself. It's an echo chamber. Yeah. They won't hear or listen to this perspective or any other view. No, they're trained not to. That's an excellent point there. Excellent point. They're trained not to, because it's the left and progressivism, wokeism, whatever you want to call it, it is like a religion now, right? And they have things like original sin, which is white privilege. And they have heretics, which is anybody who doesn't agree with them. They have apostates. That's anybody who just stops and goes, well, that doesn't make any sense. Anybody who was part of their clique, anybody who was part of their cult who just goes, well, I don't know about this whole sex changes for kids thing. Now they're an apostate. They're actually more vicious to them than anybody else. I think they are seen as the greatest threat to them, to be honest. But yeah, they're kind of they're trained. They train themselves. There's a kind of a built-in mechanism. And again, modern leftism, wokeism, progressivism, it's all basically the same thing, where your own people will attack you harshly if you dissent on anything, right? So it's kind of a no-win situation for them. It's not really a no-win situation, but it kind of feels like that to a lot of them, because they don't want to lose all their friends, right? So, and they know from being around them that they're not going to act rationally, right, at all, or have any loyalty to them. If they bring up even just the smallest minor thing, then they go, well, that don't make a lick of sense, does it? You're out. You do that, you're out. Now you're right wing. You're far right. What was left wing yesterday is now right, if they've moved past it, because they just have to keep moving. Because it's also the thing too, if it feels like there's not much principles happening over there, it's because there isn't. They're just going on what feels progressive or woke or whatever. They don't actually know why they believe the things they believe. They just know what they're supposed to believe, right? And that people will get really mad at them if they don't. Let's see. Jay Hemp says, good to see you're still bringing awareness to the clown world we now live in. Big salute to you from Ohio. Well, a big salute to you as well, sir. Jay Lefebvre says, I sent $20. Thanks for the great channel. Thank you very much, sir. In fact, that gets another clap. That was $20 worth of claps right there. Thank you very much. All right. So I guess I better keep moving on. So, yeah, I agree with I tend to trust Alan Dershowitz as being an objective view on this stuff. Because again, he's not a Republican. He's not a conservative. He's a Democrat. He said he's going to vote for Joe Biden if Joe Biden's the nominee, regardless. But he does seem to be principled, and it's cost him a lot in his, personally, in his personal life, lifelong friends. He's been excommunicated from his whole group. So I think he's a fairly trusted source. And also, just when you look at the bare facts of this, it's absurd. And then you think about, it's almost like it's so reckless. He was talking about their businesses in New York. Well, you got to think right now, there's a lot of people thinking about moving their businesses out of New York, big companies, because it's just open season on them. If it's deemed to be politically expedient to go after them, they're going to go after them. And there's really no recourse. I mean, and if you are deemed to be a heretic in some way, they're going to go after you and they're going to get you, right? Like with this Trump case, right? It was a summary judgment. He wasn't even allowed to defend himself. The judge just said, no, you're guilty right from the start. And then it just went to, well, how much is he going to have to pay? Now, it sounds very much like this is going to be thrown out on appeal. And you would think so, but who knows? Elon Musk said, well, he slammed the New York court ordering President Trump to pay $354 million. He said, no victims. Well, let's take a look at the quote directly here. Said, given that there were no victims with losses, who is supposed to receive the money, the $354 million? And I understand it's actually even more than that. So who is supposed to receive the money? Well, I guess the state just gets it, right? Because there's no victim. Think about how absurd that is. So in this case, the state can just say there's no victim, but they can just sue. They can just take somebody to court on behalf of somebody who says there's no crime, get hundreds of millions of dollars from a private citizen from his business, and just take it. I mean, it's just this is what you would expect from a banana republic. Our retarded chick says they don't like the straight white man. Well, it's not very popular amongst the left these days, I think we'd have to say, wouldn't we? Because like CNN, MSNBC, they talk about that all the time, how much they don't like it. That Joy Reid, have you heard her? She's a fucking lunatic. Poet says that's the state of all judiciary. Well, if you're in a deep blue state in the United States, if you're in like New York, you're fucked, right? Whether it's a judge or a jury trial, it doesn't matter. You're screwed. If you're deemed to be, if you are targeted as a political victim or political target, you're fucked. You're done. You know what? I also want to say on that second poem, I liked the message about it's because to me, I saw that as like stoicism, right? And kind of like taking care of your own garden first before you worry about the rest of the world, you know? Like making sure you have your own life in order and getting peace, and finding peace. So, I mean, that's how I read it as anyway. But anyway, I thought it was cool. Let's move on. After that, it kind of irritates me so much. I find it so crazy and surreal that something like this can happen. This is just one of the cases. This is just one of the cases against Trump. There's the puppy. This is the palate cleanser we've all been waiting. Well, this is what we all need right now. Look at that. That's just adorable. That's just adorable. My favorite part of this video? At no point does Justin Trudeau burst in and try and give the puppy a vaginoplasty. At no point. And no matter how many times you watch it, that will never happen. It's nice. It's nice. It makes me think of a simpler time. Poet says, or Canada, look at Tamara. Yeah, Tamara Leach. She's suing. She's suing now. I mean, what's happened to her and Barbara has been, and others as well, has been, it's obviously persecution. It appears to me. I mean, by the time there's a verdict on that, it looks like it won't be till the summer of this year. That'll be like almost 2.5 years. She said the process is the punishment in Canada, and it appears to be. It's a tactic to, regardless of what the verdict is, you've been through 2.5 years of torture from the government, of constant pressure and stress. And you're probably broke as well from the legal fees. It's a punishment all its own. And of course, the government's got unlimited funds to keep up the pressure. So it's pretty evil, I think. Anyway, Canadian intelligence admits to spying on parents who oppose child sex changes. This sounds a lot like what was happening in the States with the FBI, doesn't it? Where they're spying on parents at school board meetings. So this is new. I had a bit more faith in Canadian intelligence. There was, there's been like a couple of leaks out that were not favorable for the Trudeau administration, the Trudeau government, or the Trudeau regime, maybe we'll call it. But this is awful, and I assume this is under great pressure from Trudeau. right? Because he needs boogeymen, right? He needs scary people to try and scare people to vote for him. Poet says, or the Coots 4. Yeah, we're talking about, yeah, that is, yeah, it's appalling. The sooner we can get Trudeau's government, Trudeau's regime out, the better. Hopefully it will be before, late 2025, but we'll just have to see. Doesn't sound like Justin is going anywhere. He doesn't sound like he plans to. So yeah, Canadian intelligence spying on parents who oppose child sex changes because it's scary. Trudeau needs a boogeyman. He needs those evil right-wing people. So just take normal parents who are concerned about their kids and are terrified about what schools are doing to them and call them extremists. And then Trudeau can get out in front of everybody and talk about the extremists that he's going to protect everybody from. I don't think it's going to work. I think people are done listening to him and nobody believes him anymore. It has been revealed that the Canadian government has been keeping tabs on those in the anti-gender movement that oppose child sex changes, suggesting they pose a violent threat to the country. Again, I always talk about how I feel like I'm in an alternate universe, right? The Canadian government is really worried about those people who aren't for child sex changes. That's who they're worried about. That's who they're worried about. Think about and how insane that is. Because this is going to be used. This is going to be used against just normal people with normal beliefs, right? Of course it is. Jay Ham says there is much right and wrong with our side. Of course, nobody's right all the time about anything. And then any time you've got a large group of people, they're going to be people that are just nut bars or that are ill-intended or in it for ulterior motives, whatever. But I'm not on the side that wants to give children sex changes, though, right? So I don't want to be on the side that wants to give children sex changes or wants to judge everybody by their immutable characteristics, right? I don't want to be on the side that says you can look at a person and know everything you need to know about them by their appearance. Right? I don't want to be on that side. Right? I don't want to be on the side that wants to give drugs to drug addicts so that they can die at an order of magnitude rate higher, which is what's happening in Canada, right? So I don't want to be on that side. I know not everything's great on my side. Whatever my side is, I don't align with anybody on everything anyway, right? I know I'm for free speech. I'm for that. I'm against, telling people that the only thing that matters about them is their race. I'm against giving children sex changes, right? These all feel like kind of normal things. It's not really that different from just when I was growing up when I called myself a liberal. I mean, I'm definitely more conservative on economic issues now. I will say that for sure. But a lot of the stuff I think, like, I don't care about gay marriage. A lot of the stuff I think it was just kind of normal stuff, normal liberal stuff 10 years ago. Not everything, but a lot of it. I think there was a lot of overlap between just kind of moderate liberals and conservatives. I don't think I couldn't call myself a liberal today. I would have to call myself a conservative at this point. Because there's a lot of people running around calling themselves liberals who are fucking insane. And they're actually far left authoritarians. J-Ham says we expect our opponents to care about values. They do not. We must understand this. You're absolutely right. It's an asymmetric battle that's going on, ideological battle that's going on. They don't care, right? They care about what feels progressive, what feels left, Ultimately, what feels like it's good for the revolution. That's it. You'll notice that they're not using words to communicate. They're using words to manipulate all the time because there is no central core to it. Like when Trudeau says that Canada has no core identity, he's projecting. He's talking about himself and his ideology. There is no core there. It's just whatever feels left, whatever feels like would be progressive, whatever feels like it's something that a conservative wouldn't do. They just go, they don't care, right? It doesn't matter. That's how they got switched around on the race thing so quickly, right? Like they're in favor of segregation now, like segregated this, segregated that, segregated graduation ceremonies, affinity groups, they call them, right? Affinity groups in schools. Like it doesn't throw them for a second to go, oh, wait a second, we're for that thing that we used to think was racist, but now you're racist if you're not for it, and that doesn't make any sense. It doesn't matter. As long as everybody around them are all in agreement that this is the left-wing thing, this is the progressive thing, they'll just keep doing it. That's safety. They're fucking sheep. If it's good for the revolution, it's good. That's the way it goes. Anyway, some great points in the chat here. I want to give J-Ham some applause for that one. Well, how retarded chicks is saying they're Hamas for crying out loud. They're for Hamas. I know. They're queers for Palestine is what they are. And I haven't seen it yet, but I do expect artists who draw the Prophet Muhammad for Palestine soon as well. Because that would be damn funny. I really wish that would happen. I don't think it'd go well for them. I gotta be honest. All right. Where are we going with this? Okay. In a document compiled by ITAC and obtained by the CBC via an access to information request. So the CBC got this. This is like a dream come true for the CBC, because the way they're going to run with this is that it's a good thing, right? It's really scary that there's all these scary right-wingers out there that don't want to sterilize and mutilate kids. Those are terrible people. So they're going to love this. You know, I don't think I've seen them put any access for information requests for, I don't know, like all of these protests going on with all those green flags that are ending up in front of like Jewish hospitals and Jewish bakeries. Haven't heard anything from the CBC in terms of trying to get the inside scoop on that. I think it's very unlikely that they would, because they like that stuff, apparently. I think they're fans of it. Let's see. The outlet reported that the document spoke about ITAC, made up of intelligence authorities, is set to keep tabs on threat actors and their intentions to target pride celebrations. Well, what? With like a placard? Anti-2S LGBTQI plus narratives, the document added, remain a common theme in violent rhetoric espoused by white nationalists, neo-Nazis, freedom movement, and networks such as Diagolon and QAnon. What the fuck has QAnon got to do with Canada? That's retarded. Diagolon is a joke. Their mascot is like a cocaine-addicted unicorn. It's clearly a joke. It's not real. So this really removes any confidence I would have in Canadian intelligence. At least that they're being honest. It's absurd. Also, I had somebody in the comments, one of my videos this week, kind of bemoaning the fact that this was a gay man who was bemoaning the fact that he's being lumped in with all of the other letters, particularly the T's and the Q's, right? Because the Q's are the gender benders, you know, a trillion different genders, all of that. And the T's, because I mean, the thing is that what do the L's and the G's and the B's have to do with the T's? Nobody even really knows what the 2SL is or the 2S is, right? The plus, what is the plus? That's for all the ones that they haven't figured out what they are yet, but they know they're there. There's an infinite number of them. So they just put the plus there, until they can think of what they actually are. Yeah. But the G's and the L's and the B's, they don't really have anything to do with the rest of it, but they're all put together into this artificially created group, which really they don't have anything to do with each other, but they're all put together into this group. And then that is used as a cudgel. And there's no, like, I've said this many times, there's no like gay town with the mayor of gay town where they have elections, and there's like a press secretary for the mayor of gay town, or like lesbian town, and they all elect their representative. No, these are just self-appointed spokespeople. So that's who you hear from. You're not hearing from somebody where all the gay people or all the lesbians or all the B people or whatever all got together and said, yeah, that person speaks for us. No. So you've got this artificially created group of people who really don't agree on everything. And even within the group, of course, these are human beings. Not all gay people agree on everything. That should be obvious. But they put it in this package and pretend it's all the same thing and sell that. And then anybody who has, I mean, if you just think that it is insane to give sex changes to children who can't possibly give informed consent for that, what does that have to do with the L's or the G's? Of course, nothing. But that's why they package it all together, to create this group that they can use as a cudgel without the consent of the individual people in this group. Nobody asks them. Do you ever see them, do you ever see the CBC do a deep dive into what all the gay people actually think? Do like a poll or something? That's not going to happen. That might shatter some illusions. That wouldn't be politically expedient for them. They know what they want you to think, and God damn it, they're not going to stop until you do. Okay, QAnon. What the fuck has that got to do with Canada? Jesus. All right. Let's see. The report took particular aim at those who support religiously motivated violent extremism, suggesting such people view members of the internet Wi-Fi password community as desirable targets. I'm not believing any of this. I'm not believing a word of this. I think we've learned enough by now just to realize that you can't trust any of this shit. It's all fucking political at this point. All right, let's move on. Oh, by the way, so is CSIS taking a look? Like, where's the CBC access to information request about the 100 churches that have been vandalized or burned? With what I think there's been like 1 or 2 people arrested. 100 churches, 100. I guess that's not a priority for some reason. With the Trudeau government, I guess it just isn't for some crazy reason. 100 Christian churches in Canada have been vandalized, burned down, or desecrated since the announcement of the apparent discovery of graves found near a residential school in Kamloops, BC. One problem. Never found. Not there. This was underground radar that they used. And where they have done digs, they just found rocks. There's nothing there. The whole thing appears to be just not real. Not real. There is no evidence to support any of this. Of course, CBC really isn't interested in that at all. They found it very useful politically. all this stuff, I think it ends up backfiring in the end on these people. They're better to just be honest about it. You know, you can't put a country through this and then just expect and then when it turns out that, well, they weren't being entirely honest or they were leaving a lot out, right? They were making assumptions. They were claiming that there were all these unmarked graves based on the slimmest of it. It's not even really evidence, as we're finding out now. There is no evidence. And this stuff backfires eventually because you can't fool everybody all the time. You can fool some of the people some of the time. You know, Trudeau's basement for support in Canada is probably about 25%. You know, it's like Scott Adams said, 25% of people will be wrong about everything all the time, right? So I think Trudeau's bottom is about 25%, but you can't fool everybody all the time, especially when you're destroying the country around them. So, in response to these announcements, far left radicals have used this opportunity as an excuse to terrorize Catholic and other Christian communities by targeting churches. And a lot of these churches are on reserves, which are used by the people on the reserves as well, which they never mention anything about that. Anyway, I'd like to see something about this. Where's the concern about this? This is actual damage, right? This is burning down churches. This is a real thing, 100 of them. Why is that not on the front burner for them? Well, we know why. All right. J Ham says, and this is a good point here. J Ham says, great point. Our side seeks like-minded trust society people. We want to live in peace and we want you to live in, and we want you to live in peace. We want to live in peace and we want you to live in peace. Unfortunately, our opponents want us to suffer. Sad. Yes, it is. But that is the truth. I mean, it is an asymmetric conflict that's happening, ideological conflict that's happening. We are, generally pretty much live and let live, right? I don't care if adults are going to do whatever to their body. I mean, I think there should be guardrails in place to protect like the obviously mentally ill. I don't think that, like requesting to have your legs cut off because you identify as, somebody in a wheelchair. I think there's a place where you can say, well, hold on, maybe we should have some guardrails in place. But I don't care about identity is the thing. So I don't care about somebody's sexuality. I don't care if an adult has made that decision. If some 30-year-old person decides to do that, well, that's their business, right? Again, I'd like to see some guardrails in place, but that's their business. They can do as they like. It doesn't matter to me. It's not like I wouldn't be friends with somebody over it. It doesn't make any more difference to me than the color of somebody's eyes or their hair, or if they're left-handed or right-handed. I don't care, right? I think it is the least interesting thing about a person. It's just maybe just leave the kids out of it. Leave the kids out of it, for God's sake. Anyway. So, Elon Musk, he says this: the public still doesn't understand even a tiny fraction of the power of the censorship government industrial complex. As predicted, my companies and I came under relentless attack the moment the censorship of this platform was lifted. How far will they go to stop me? I will say they'll go really far. Well, he just had his pay packet from Tesla thrown out in Delaware, which in Delaware is supposed to be the safe place to have your company. Well, the judge has obviously been politicized there. Now he's moved the incorporation of the company out of Delaware and into Texas. But he's being investigated, I think, in about 3 different ways by the Biden administration, right? They're not happy about not having total control over one platform anymore. Not having the power to tell them, we don't like this, get rid of it. We don't like this person, get rid of them. They're not happy about it. They got all the other ones, no problem. They got Google, they got YouTube, they got Facebook. They got all the rest of them, no problem. But there's one, and one is too many, apparently. Where are we going next? Actually, let's take a look at the comments here. This guy's saying, when I first got into Tesla, that's when I saw how much fake news and censorship there is. Elon said, yeah, it's insane. Based on what they did to you in Delaware, I think they're just getting started. Elon Musk said, absolutely. Yeah, he knows. I mean, it makes it all the more impressive that what he's doing, in all honesty, isn't it? I mean, he really is putting his money where his mouth is and taking the heat. I mean, that's when you think about that, you think about the United States government is against you. They want to bring you down. That's terrifying. Even if you're the world's richest man, that's scary because they're still more powerful than you. No matter how rich you are, they're still more powerful than you ultimately. And the only question is, how far will they go? I mean, he's also watching what they've done to Trump. I mean, a former president. What they did to him while he was president. It's quite terrifying and dystopian. So, I mean, you got to say the guy's got brass balls, huh? He has courage, is what he has. It'd be nice to see some more billionaires have some courage as well. But I think that obviously most of them are not principled. They don't care about things like free speech. Poet says, Elon is not our hero. Remember that fact? Well, no, I mean, nobody is, right? There's nobody that is. It's not Trump, not Elon, everybody is imperfect in some way. But I'm going to say that I admire him. Absolutely, 100%. And I admire his guts and his courage doing what he's doing. Is X, formerly Twitter, perfect? No, it's not. Is it way better? Yes. Is he being, is the process of persecution by the U.S. government beginning against him? Yeah, that's not happening for no reason. It's not because they like what he's doing. How retarded chick says, they gotta be gay. That's right. We're not allowed to admire people anymore unless they're rainbow. Very sad. Very sad. I like the times when we just admired people because they were great, because they did good things and it didn't matter. There really was a short period of time where we could actually just not care, right? Like, I admired Douglas Murray immensely. I think he's brilliant. Not because he's gay. It has nothing to do with it. Because the guy's a brilliant conservative mind. Let's see. Let's listen to this. Garrett Jones, assistant principal for an elementary school, says he thinks it's appropriate for 8-year-old kids to be reading. Jeez. Okay. I got to make a decision here on if I want... got to make a decision on here if I want to get this video immediately demonetized.
I believe you two have children. Is that correct?
Yes,
What ages are they?
18, 16, and 13.
And would you find it appropriate if they brought this book home where we're talking about dirty magazines and pornography in a K-5 environment?
I think it would open up a conversation that we would have.
So you think the book is appropriate in the K-5 environment, even though it's referencing pornography and dirty magazines?
I think in my, what I voted for was that it would be for the 3 to 5 age group.
Which would be what ages?
So that would be 8 to 10, 12.
So you think an 8-year-old would be appropriate to be reading about pornography and dirty magazines from school?
Yes.
Because I believe you two have children, is that correct?
Jesus. Wow. I mean, when you see it like that, so clear and stark, where these people are coming from, what they actually believe, it's shocking. Shouldn't be, but just that somebody would feel empowered to admit that publicly now, it tells you something. I mean, I think it has to be damaging to their cause, because that is an extremely fringe opinion. Extremely fringe opinion. But it tells you something. Somebody would be willing to say that publicly. Something so appalling. Something so out there. Something so far left and insane. I mean, it's good. It's good that they're actually saying it. It's not good that they want to do that or they support it. It's good that they're saying it publicly so people really know. So it takes away, the illusion that it takes away any doubt of what they actually want. It immediately removes their credibility. It takes away the opportunity to say, well, they don't really want to do that. No, that's just far right people making things up. No, he's saying it. He's saying it clearly and explicitly. Let's see. J Ham says, I have a college buddy from the 90s I still talk to every day. Just a couple of years ago, I mentioned to him, you will learn more from what your enemy doesn't say than what they do say. He properly said, leave the kids out. When is the last time we heard anybody from the left say that? Well, they don't say that. They want the kids in. It's a cultural revolution, right? So the best way to get them is to get them young. Brainwash them from these people talk all about systems. The system is systemic racism. And they're constantly talking about systems. The systems are wrong, and system this and system that, right? So they think that people are brainwashed from the start anyway. So they just think, well, we'll brainwash kids into our crazy cultural revolution. No, I mean, they don't say leave the kids out because they don't want to leave the kids out. They want to brainwash the kids. They want to indoctrinate them immediately into their cult. Because don't forget too that the left has a lot less kids than conservatives do, right? So, in terms of attrition, they're going to lose because they're just going to be more conservative kids. So, what's their solution? Get them in school, convert them. So this is interesting. So here's Libby Emmons from Post Millennial. And she's talking about this political persecution against Trump and what's going on with Biden right now and what he's saying about Navalny and Russia. Let's take a look. I thought this was interesting.
It was wild on Jack Posobiec's Human Events Daily today. He had Mike Benz on, who said if the Department of Justice wins the case against Trump, Trump is going to die in jail.
Well, yeah.
Which is wild.
Trump's nearing life expectancy.
Trump is nearing life expectancy, but you have Biden going out there today complaining that Navalny died in prison, and that's exactly what he's trying to do to his political opponent. He's trying to make his political opponent die in jail. That's crazy.
Coleman.
It was wild on
So is the irony lost on them, or are they just ignoring it? Right? because I mean, it just seems kind of obvious that they're, we always often talk about the modern left, the modern far left is everything is projection, right? So they accuse you of doing what they're doing. This is a perfect example, just writ large, on the hugest possible scale. Biden is trying to put his main political foe in prison where Trump would be likely to die, because Trump is not young. I mean, why? I mean, again, I've talked about this before, but he knows he has the media behind him no matter what he does. And there may be a few blips here and there where he gets a bit cross with them. Same thing in Canada, with the media, with Trudeau. Maybe a few blips here and there where they get a bit cross. But ultimately, they're going to be behind him, right? I mean, how many people did we see on mainstream media recently talking about how sharp Joe Biden is? He's sharp as a tack. I thought it was funny that Jon Stewart thing, where he actually amazingly criticized Biden, and he was commenting on all these talking heads that were talking about just how sharp Biden still is, and all these people saying that I'm in the meetings with him every day, and like John, the press secretary, saying he's sharp as a tack. I talk to him every day, and Jon Stewart said, "Well, why don't you film that?" And then people would know. Well, obviously it's a funny joke because it never happens to be filmed, right? But he knows he's got the media behind him, and he can just say anything. Doesn't really matter. They're going to back him up at the end of the day. They're not going to bring up any kind of inconvenient ironies about how it appears that he's kind of doing the same thing that he's accusing of happening in Russia. Kind of. I'm not saying that Biden has put, nuclear isotopes in anybody's tea, polonium, but it's a pretty banana republic. So it's pretty dictatorial. It's pretty authoritarian. Is it not? I mean, Trump is his main political rival. It's not just him he's gone after. They seem to have gone after just about his family, pretty much everybody he's ever known, apparently. His lawyers, they go after his lawyers now, all of them. So it's pretty crazy. But again, he's got a media that is 100% behind him. And again, you can't fool all the people all the time, but you can still fool some of them. Is it enough? Who knows? Oh, here we go. Just on that topic, here's Chuck Schumer telling us how sharp Joe
I
Biden
talk
is.
to President Biden, regularly, sometimes several times in a week, or usually several times in a week. His mental acuity is great. It's fine. It's as good as it's been over the years. I've been speaking to him for 30 years since we worked on the Brady bill and the assault weapons ban when I was a young congressman. He's fine. All this right-wing propaganda that his mental acuity has declined is wrong. He's going to win the election because he has a great record, because more and more Americans are seeing that record. I talked to President.
Okay, so right-wing propaganda. I've got something in here I want to show you. I want to show you some right-wing propaganda. Here we go. I guess Biden himself must be living right-wing propaganda, because let's watch this.
An FBI informant at the center of the impeachment inquiry into you has been indicted for allegedly lying. Your reaction to that, and should the inquiry be dropped?
He is lying, and it should be dropped, and it's just been an outrageous effort from the beginning. We did.
Okay, he doesn't sound particularly sharp there, does he? That's not even the clip that I wanted to show you, but we'll go back to this one, because this one is about how the FBI has arrested a witness against the Biden family in their own investigation. An FBI informant at the center of the impeachment inquiry. So again, like he's talking about Russia. He's politically persecuting his own chief rival, and they just arrested a witness against him. Huh. Seems a bit strange, doesn't it? But let me find the other. Here we go. So let's hear Chuck Schumer again one more time. And Biden didn't sound very sharp in that one we just listened to anyway. But let's just hear what he had to say one more time here.
You know, regularly, or sometimes several times in a week, or usually several times in a week. His mental acuity is great. It's fine.
Okay, mental acuity is great. It's fine. And he says it's right-wing propaganda that it's not. So let's see some right-wing propaganda.
I guess I should clear my mind here a little bit and not say what I'm really thinking, but let me be clear. I guess I should clear my mind here a little bit and not say what I'm really thinking, but let me be clear.
Okay. And what did Chuck Schumer say there? What did he say?
President Biden, you know, regularly, or sometimes several times in a week, or usually several times in a week. His mental acuity is great. It's fine. It's as good as it's been over the years. I've been speaking to him for 30 years since we worked on the Brady.
Yeah. So Barbecue Rando says Chuck is garbage. He needs to go. Well, I think what we're seeing in this clip here is that he's just lying. I mean, everybody can see it. How could you possibly get up in public? You know, the world is watching and just lie. You'd think at some point they'd have a crisis of conscience, wouldn't they? At some point they'd think, my God, I am going to look ridiculous. I'm going to have absolutely no credibility whatsoever. I'm claiming that this man who's clearly suffering from dementia and can barely put a sentence together is sharp as a tack. He's great. His mental acuity is great. He must know that everybody can see that it's not, that he's lying. I mean, this is just the worst of politics. When you think of the slimy politician, the soulless politician, this is what you think of. You know, and we've got practice identifying it in Canada because we've got Trudeau and Chrystia Freeland and a bunch more. Guilbeault, the eco-lunatic. Seems to be a contagious problem across the Western world right now. Anyway. Let's see. Jayham is saying, I may be overreaching, and if so, please let me know. But I was in the U.S. infantry during the Cold War in the 80s. I watched the news when East Germans were shot and killed while attempting to, I'm guessing, to get across the Berlin Wall. I'm guessing there. Swim to the west. Many years later, I went to the Trump inauguration and had to see communist flags fly past me in my capital. Yeah. Well, the heart of all, the foundation of all this stuff, everything that seems so insane and destructive is Marxism. You have to understand it's Marxism. This has been incubated in the universities, right? And if you look at like BLM, the founders of BLM claimed very proudly that they were trained Marxists, right? Critical race theory, you look into any of this stuff, its foundation is all Marxism, right? Far beyond any actual, like anti-racism is all Marxism, right? Beyond any actual what they call anti-racism, right? It's just Marxism. And you know this because if they call Larry Elder the black face of white supremacy, well, it's not really about race, is it? It's not really about hearing diverse voices, is it? They don't want diverse voices. They want Marxist voices. They want voices that represent Marxist ideas. And yeah, I mean, I think it's seeds that were planted by the old Soviet Union in the universities and in the culture, that have done their work, and they're ripening now. They've grown and they've blossomed, and the fruits of this are now the bitter fruits of it. We're being forced to witness and argue against. Even when you look at like gender theory literature, they're all Marxists, all of them. You look at what's going on in the schools, that's critical pedagogy. It's Marxism. If you do a bit of research into critical pedagogy, it's all about turning young people into revolutionaries, and they state it blatantly. They state it clear and stark. Jayham says, that is why I appreciate what you are doing with your channel. From MLK to Paul Revere, it is the results of the everyday man that has banged the drum of freedom. Yes. I think that, what am I doing? I'm just talking on the internet, and I'm putting out videos every day. But really, I think it does matter. I think what matters, the biggest thing that matters in the West right now, as a matter of fact, is just being honest with the people around you, the people that you deal with in life. If somebody says something that is crazy to you, some crazy left-wing bullshit, you don't have to scream at them. You don't have to call them whatever. You just say, I don't know about that. I don't think I agree with that. It's just making it okay for people, because there is so much social pressure, especially if they're watching like mainstream media, right? Or mainstream entertainment. There's so much pressure on people to conform. And this is what it's all about. It's about conformity, right? It's about ideological conformity. Again, that's why they can call Larry Elder the black face of white supremacy, and they can hate Thomas Sowell, right? Or they can hate a trans person who dissents, right? It's underneath all the identity bullshit. It's about Marxist ideological conformity. So what anybody can do in their own life, again, not like proselytize. You don't have to proselytize. You can say it in the supermarket, in the lineup, right? Somebody says something, just go, yeah, I don't agree with that. Give people permission to question. Give people the permission they're not getting otherwise, if they're in their bubble. Just put that little bit of doubt in there. Just put that little bit of, well, wait a second, I'm not the only person who's thought this. I'm not the only person who's thought, well, maybe kids can't really, maybe children can't really consent to puberty blockers, before they've grown into it has to be before they've grown into their adult body. That's the point. Maybe trans kids aren't really trans, and maybe that's the whole point. Maybe they don't know. I think that's the most important thing. How have we gotten to this crazy spot, right? It's happened in the universities. It's happened by suggestion. And those people have just risen up into our institutions, into running our institutions, so through the social pressure within those institutions. So I think if everybody just said what they actually think, and I think you guys do. I'm sure you guys do. But there's a power in that, right? Eventually, maybe everybody just stands up and says, I don't like this. This is crazy. We've had enough, and I don't care. And your slurs and your attacks don't mean anything anymore. Anyway, where was I going? This is why I love the chat. It makes it so much more fun for me. Because otherwise, I just feel like I'm talking out to the ether, and you guys get me going on all kinds of tangents, which I enjoy. And I like hearing from you guys. So it's a lot more fun. Let's see. Oh yeah, this guy's fucking insane. What happened to this guy? I remember watching, there was a show called Strangers with Candy, which was kind of an edgy show back in, what was it, the late 90s or something? And he's just become totally deranged, Colbert. He's certainly not funny anymore. I wonder how funny he ever really was in the first place.
I know how numb we've become, but it's not normal. No other candidate for the presidency has ever had to pause his campaign to defend himself in multiple courts. And I would like to point out that in all 7 of his cases, no one doubts that he did these things. We're just sitting around patiently waiting to find out if the wheels of justice will grind fast enough for there to be any consequences. And the media is covering it like it's any other political story, like it's all horse race. I know how numb we've...
This guy is either in an impenetrable bubble, or he's insane, or he's just lying. Let's go over this.
I know how numb we've become, but it's not normal. No other candidate for the presidency has ever had to pause his campaign to defend himself in multiple courts.
Yeah, he's right. It's not normal. It's not normal. In fact, it's awfully suspicious, isn't it? Awfully suspicious. But not for the reasons that Colbert thinks. Again, he's impervious to common sense, it appears, or he's just lying.
And I would like to point out that in all 7 of his cases, no one doubts that he did these things.
What world is this guy living in where he thinks that nobody doubts that he did these things or that they are crimes? What world is this guy living in? These are just assertions. This is the modern left now. They just make assertions. That's it. And they're supposed to be treated as fact. RSN 40 says Strangers with Candy was a good show. It was a good show. I rewatched some episodes of it lately because I wanted to see if it was actually funny. And I'm not going to say I found it as funny as when I first watched them, but they're still pretty good. I thought they held up okay.
We're just sitting around patiently waiting to find out if the wheels of justice will grind fast enough for there to be any consequences. And the media is covering it like it's any other political story, like it's all horse race. I know.
See, I mean, the funny thing is that there's seeds of truth in this, just not for the reasons that he thinks. Like the media is covering it like it's normal. But again, it's not normal, not because of the reasons that Stephen Colbert thinks, because this is obvious political persecution of a political rival, of the man in power, of the man's regime, whoever's running the Biden regime. We know it's not Biden, for God's sakes. Whoever's the cabal is that's making the decisions, right? None of this is normal, but he can't, I mean, is it that he can't see the other side, the sane perspective on this? Or is he just like, do they have something on him? Like, does he have to do this? Was he given an order to make this rant? Say too, he's aged a lot, hasn't he, since Trump got into power? I don't know, maybe somebody is leaning on him. Maybe somebody in a trench coat is making sure he toes the line. All right. I want to watch this one of Trudeau here. Let's take a look. You guys know how much I can't stand Trudeau, right? I've mentioned that on here, haven't I? How much I'm looking forward to voting him out.
The most important responsibility we have as a federal government is to make sure that Canadians themselves remain strong and positive and confident about immigration, because it's one.
Did you hear that? The most important job he has is to make sure that Canadians remain strong and positive about immigration. Well, I'm sure he's seen the polls. He knows that we're not. He knows that we're not. So we've experienced his plan and we don't like it. Right? It's something like 70-80% of the population now says that no, it's too much. This has gone too far. It's his job. So what is he saying there? He's saying it's his job to manipulate the public, to manipulate public opinion, so that he can keep doing the insane thing that everybody hates.
One of the huge advantages we have as places around the world are turning away from immigration, we need to show that our...
I wonder why they're turning away from immigration. Because he says it's a huge advantage. In fact, we've heard this for a couple of decades now, what a big advantage it is, how much it helps, how much our economy is going to fall apart if we don't have all this mass immigration. Guess what? It's made things worse. It's steadily made things worse. Worse and worse and worse until now it can't be ignored anymore. It can't be swept under the rug. Calling people racists or xenophobes or whatever doesn't work anymore because people are saying, well, this ain't working. This is no good. We didn't used to have to wait 18 hours at an emergency room. You didn't used to have to, spend $800,000 for a 600 square foot apartment. This isn't working. This is the lie we've been sold over and over and over again. Any concern, any word of concern over immigration, it's like, well, we need it. It's our strength because it's for the economy. And if we don't do it, everything's going to go to hell. And then we do it and things get worse. And then Trudeau comes in and he does it and he increases it and increases it. And then he goes freaking insane with it. And things get really bad. We're in a population trap right now where literally the country, the standard of living cannot improve in Canada right now because we've got too many people and our resources are too far stretched and our infrastructure is too far stretched. The only way is to stop right now. That's it. That's the only way. That's what economists are saying. But Trudeau is obsessed with this. Nothing seems to matter to him as it never does to any communist, Marxist. It's just the solution is always more of the terrible thing that's ruining everything.
Capacity to welcome people in and have them succeed and contribute, which is all they want to do, is maintained. And that's why we're making some of those adjustments to make sure we're on stronger footing, because the post-pandemic years led to massive movements that we have to make sure we're keeping under control. The most important responsibility we have.
So you're not keeping it under control and you're full of shit and we're sick of listening to you. It's really hard to listen to him now. His voice has become so grating and irritating. And it's all just lies. Every single time. Anyway, let's move on. Actually, let's see what the people on X have to say about it. This is Trudeau. Push button for long speech by Justin Trudeau. What else? King woke needs to go. Yep, that's a common refrain across the country. Yeah, immigrants without houses. What about the Canadians without houses? Might want to think about them. The problem with that statement, just an asshole made, is the vast difference between immigration, which is advantageous, and mass immigration, which is a burden on the society expected to finance all the safety nets being swamped to do it. Yeah, they like to paint anybody who raises any concern as a xenophobe and an anti-immigration person. No, I mean, look, we need more doctors right now. We could use some more of those. What we don't need is a million more Uber drivers. I'm sorry, we just don't. Constitution breaker said what? Well, yeah. Go fuck yourself. Trudeau must resign. I agree. Anyone I have ever talked to privately don't want more immigration. They all want less. Yeah, I agree with this. This is totally the same. There's been so much social pressure. I think that even when they do the polls, people feel pressured to not tell the truth. What they actually want, what they're actually experiencing. I mean, it's relentless in Canada. And you get the CBC state-funded media, $1.4 billion a year, and they do their job. They're not paid to Trudeau wasn't throwing them that money for them to talk badly about him, right? They do their job well, and he keeps giving them money. Let's see. Man dressed as woman says weather is racist. That's Seth Dillon from the Babylon Bee. Let's see. So, Admiral Rachel Levine. Climate change is having a disproportionate effect on Black communities. They've got absolutely nothing else. All roads lead back to everything's racist in some way. I wish this was satire. It's real. Well, I guess we'll put ourselves through this.
Hello, I'm Admiral Rachel Levine. This Black History Month, I'm pleased to partner with OMH in advancing better health through better understanding for Black communities. Climate change is having a disproportionate effect on the physical and mental health of Black communities. Black Americans are more likely than white Americans to live in areas and housing that increase their susceptibility to climate-related health issues. And 65% of Black Americans report feeling anxious about climate change's impact. Through our Office of Climate Change and Health Equity and the Office of Environmental Justice, we're working with providers and community leaders to identify innovative approaches that empower communities to address the health consequences linked to climate change. Visit hhs.gov for more information and tune in next Thursday to hear from another HHS.
Well, I'm not going to be tuning in again. But there you have it, folks. Climate is systemically racist, apparently. So are we supposed to hate the climate now? I don't know. Is the climate supposed to apologize to anybody? I don't know. I can't keep up with it all. It's all crazy. What are the people saying? Good idea for a Batman villain. That's Dave Rubin. Let's see. Science in the Biden administration. The world is laughing at America. Well, there's Rachel Levine and Sam Brinton, who the Biden administration was very proud of, until it turned out that the obvious lunatic was stealing women's luggage at airports off the baggage carousel and doing it fairly often, and then wearing those clothes that he had stolen from women at airports. So, and he was no big deal, just in some nuclear energy department, highly placed, no big deal. Yeah, it's hard to, again, alternate universe stuff, right? This is alternate reality stuff. This is real. This is what the administration's proud of. No, they don't talk about Sam Brinton anymore after the whole kleptomaniac thing, but maybe there were some red flags beforehand, like the whole puppy play thing, which is kind of weird and gross. People want to do that at home. Hey, you can do whatever you want. The best thing is for nobody to ever know about it. Especially if you're working with sensitive stuff like in a department of nuclear energy, for instance. And also just take a goddamn look. I feel like standards and norms might have been in place and, especially in important sensitive positions for a reason. I mean, when you think about it, a big reason for that would be to avoid people being blackmailed into giving away secrets, right? So who knew beforehand, before Sam Brinton was caught, I mean, I guess it wouldn't matter, if you caught him doing weird things with people dressed as dogs, but at least because it's already in the open, I guess the administration doesn't care. But the whole stealing luggage at airports thing, I mean, that seems like something that somebody could use. It did get this person fired. That seems like something that could be used to blackmail somebody, right? Into maybe giving away secrets. Maybe you just want kind of normal people doing those jobs that are less likely to be doing insane things that you might be able to blackmail them over. I don't know. That seems like a kind of a sane thing. What are the people saying about this? Let's see. North America is literally the laughing stock of the world right now. They look silly. I guess that's the most diplomatic way you could put it. They look silly. They certainly do. All right. Okay, let's go back one more. If tampons in the men's room were a person. Yes. Why did he have to do that? I mean, he should have imagined the memes that were going to come from the whole. Yeah, there has to be men's tampons in men's rooms and all the federal buildings and on military bases, military facilities. He should have seen the memes coming. What is wrong with this man? And the face and just, okay. Well, we have to see what the people are talking about with this one. There's probably some more memes in here. There we go. Me going back for multiple free samples at Costco. Well, there he's in his costumes. There's his blackface, another costume. There's Fidel Castro, who some say might bear some relation to Justin Trudeau. He really has put on a lot of costumes, hasn't he? He really has. He loves the costumes. I think it's because he's a narcissist. Once tampons are in all the men's washrooms, I will mandate they be used. I wouldn't put it past them. Let's see. Tampons belong in all RCMP washrooms because they're all pussy. Oh, dear. Well, I'm not going to say about that about the RCMP. That may be what Trudeau was thinking. Let's see. All right. Oh, I almost didn't recognize him without his face painted black. That's right, because he's done blackface so many times that he actually claims, and this is real, that he doesn't remember how many times. And he can't say, because if it turns out to be more times than what he said, well, then it would look like he was being dishonest. That's real. That is actually real. All right. How about this flashback? This is the grand jury foreman that Willis and Wade selected to indict Trump. So this is in the Georgia case, right? Which looks like, well, it looks like Fani Willis is. I don't know. Maybe this has happened since I last checked, but it looks like she's going to be taken off of that case and probably replaced with somebody else who'll just keep it going. But this was the grand jury foreman that they selected to indict Trump. And she's crazy. I remember covering this when it came out. It was a while ago now.
Personally want to hear from the former president. I wanted to hear from the former president, but honestly, I kind of wanted to subpoena the former president because I got to swear everybody in. And so I thought it'd be really cool to get 60 seconds with President Trump of me looking at him and being like, do you solemnly swear? And me getting to swear him in. I kind of just thought that would be an awesome moment. Personally want to hear.
I mean, it was just bizarre from the start, the whole thing. Just so transparently ridiculous right from the beginning. I mean, you can't make it up. You couldn't write this. They're trying to kill parody, I think. I think they're trying to kill satire. The left is trying to kill satire. All right. You know what? I need to take a break for 1 second because I've been going for an hour and 40 minutes now. I'll be back in just a minute. Give me 1 second, okay? All right. Thank you for your patience, everybody. Okay, so what are we watching here? Okay. When presented with facts, they run. Let's take a look.
For women specifically, overall, not just one woman individually, how are they oppressed in today's society?
I mean, anything.
Can you drive?
Yeah.
Are you allowed to have a credit card?
Yeah.
Are you allowed to buy a house?
Yeah.
Are you allowed to work a job?
Yeah.
Aren't those all the same things that men can do?
No, because men can go out without being catcalled. Men don't have to worry about their safety as much. Men can basically walk around doing whatever the fuck they want, and women have to worry about everything on the goddamn planet.
That's actually not true. What was that statistic that we brought up?
Over 80% of violent crime in the country happens to men.
And who set that system up?
Look up the statistic.
Okay, awesome. I gotta go.
For women specifically, overall, not just one woman individually.
Again, they're brainwashed into thinking literally everything is a system. They think that everything is like socially, a social construction. All right. This word system has been drilled into their brain. It's everything is a system. Well, it's not actually a system. I mean, they just talked there about how 80% of violent crime is against men, right? Well, who set up the system? Well, it's not a system. It's just biology, if anything, right? And in fact, there's a stigma against violence towards women that doesn't exist in violence against men. That's not a system either, right? That's just a cultural norm that influences the justice system. Violence against women is punished more harshly. There is a stigma against that. This woman is brainwashed. It's just always the easy answer, well, who set up that system? Well, I mean, for one thing, she's admitting she was wrong there in the first place, but then deflecting. So, it's still men's fault because men create these systems. It's not a system, right? It's not a system. It's just kind of the way shit works because we are a sexually reproducing, sexually dimorphic species, men and women, who are not exactly the same. There's going to be differences, all kinds of differences in agreeableness and aggression. And those are going to have consequences in the aggregate. That's just the way that it is. Why are women increasingly far more liberal or leftist than men are? Is that a system that men set up to make women more liberal, increasingly liberal? Or is it something to do with the fact that women are more agreeable? Social media is everywhere. There is a political slant on social media intentionally. Anyway, it's dumb. This is an example of how you can't win with a modern leftist. Right? There's no, some of them you just can't. There's no point engaging them, when they're that far gone. All you can do is just say, well, I don't agree with that, and hope that eventually that starts to chip away at it a little bit. Maybe it will. Who knows? Liberals, when you pull out your cell phone to fact check something, I must get out of here as quick as possible. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Modern feminism is cancer. What? They want to be victims, yes. So it's just trying to manipulate anything to come out as the victim, to get those victim points. Victimhood is now the coin of the realm, right? You want to be a victim. You get the sympathy. You're a hero. In Marxist ideology, yeah, I mean, you're a hero for being a victim. So you just decide that you are, even if you're not. Even if you're hurting other people, you have to make it out that you're the victim. Of course, because their argument is all emotion. Let's see what else we got. All right. What is this? It says, my guy just got airlifted out of the friend zone. Let's give it a listen. I have not watched this.
Is your best friend? You never well, how long are you gonna keep leading him on like this? You paying this whole bill? Don't pay the whole bill. You splitting as friends. That's friends! That's friends! Everybody say, if he pays for the bill, he's a what? They said it, not me.
Well, I don't know. Whatever. All right. This might be the most cringe thing since that. Remember that Imagine video that those celebrities put out? It was Gal Gadot and then a bunch of them. They were singing John Lennon's Imagine, which I'm going to say right now, I like John Lennon, by the way. I love the Beatles. I like John Lennon. But that one song has irritated me for decades. It is such a stupid, naive, idiotic song. It's basically high school yearbook poetry in my mind, that Imagine song. So that just made it even more cringe. And don't get me wrong, if you like that song, that's fine. I don't like that song. I like pretty much well, no, we're not going to say everything that John Lennon did. He did some kind of pretty weird stuff with Yoko there. But I like a great deal of his music, but that song is retarded. And I'm going to say that. But so anyway, we had those celebrities that did Imagine to make everybody come together and feel better. I think it was over the pandemic. You know, imagine there's no country. Imagine no possessions. You know, rich people singing that. Imagine no possessions to people who were like losing their jobs, you know, their houses. Yeah, it didn't go over very well. It was awfully cringe. Well, here's this maybe is more cringe. I don't know. You guys let me know. Is this more cringe than the Imagine thing? It says here from Matt Wallace, you can smell the cat pee through your screen. This is Susan Sarandon there. The rest of them I don't think are celebrities. I think it's just her. But I think she's got enough cringe to go around for everybody. Oh, God.
Ceasefire now. Ceasefire now. Ceasefire now. Ceasefire now. Ceasefire now. Ceasefire now. Let Gaza live. Let Gaza live. Let Gaza live. Let Gaza live. Ceasefire now. Ceasefire now.
Ceasefire now. I hope they didn't have to walk far for their Chardonnay after. Good Lord. That's just fucking embarrassing. I don't care what side of that whole thing you're on. I don't have any Middle East peace plans to share with everybody. But whatever you think of it, that's fucking cringy. Susan Sarandon. Now here's something. This is really interesting. Clown World just says LOL. Okay, let's watch this. This is going to be something to behold, I think. Oh, no volume, I guess. Okay, hold on. Starts to feel uncomfortable at the gym with older men ogling me. Armpit hair to the rescue works every time. Yeah, the chat's really got to help me out with this one. I need you guys to help me out with this one. Now, I'm just going to remind you here that starts to feel uncomfortable at the gym with older men ogling me. Well, that's interesting. Let's see. And then lifts up the arm there to show the armpit hair, because otherwise, because otherwise I don't know, but otherwise, if this person doesn't show the armpit hair, those men are going to ogle her like crazy. Just so disrespectful of those men ogling this man. I don't know. So I know you guys think something about this. I know you guys have got opinions on this. So my first question here is this parody or is it real? That was my first thought. This can't be real. This person cannot possibly believe that the people at the gym are ogling them. That can't possibly be real. That's just not. It's not credible. So I checked up this person's Instagram account, and it appears to be real, unless this is like Andy Kaufman style satire comedy. Unless it's that, it's actually real. This person is claiming to believe that they think that older men are ogling it, her, whatever. The name is Dean, by the way. Dean. So let's just watch Dean one more time. Oh boy, that was a lucky escape for Dean there. Got to act fast when all those old men are ogling. You don't know what they'll do. God knows what they'll do. I mean, you don't want to get the patriarchy after you. That patriarchy can be so oppressive. That's the problem. That sometimes obese people that may or may not be women at the gym have to show their armpit hair to get rid of them, to scare them away. It's like garlic to a vampire, I guess. I'm going to say something that may sound a little bit offensive or unkind. I think that this entire person in entirety would be like analogous to like a garlic to a vampire. So it would be like that, but to like a normal human being, I would say. RSN40 just put like a green face on there. What does that mean exactly? Unless you tell me otherwise, I'm going to assume, the only thing I can assume is that if you were at this gym, you'd definitely be ogling this thing. So in any case, I did my due diligence here, and I checked out the Instagram account for this, and it appears to be serious. Does not appear to be a parody account, which maybe it still is. And maybe this is Andy Kaufman level stuff. I don't know. But doesn't appear to be. So is this just delusional then? Or also, I mean, obviously the main option here, possibility here, is that it's just simply not happening, right? That didn't happen. There was somebody who was not looking at her, that him, whatever, flashed that Dean flashed their armpits to and didn't notice. Or maybe somebody kind of saw the corner of their eye and they went, well, that's weird. That's a weird thing to do. That's a weird thing for Dean to do. But yeah, in any case, I would say that the armpits are the least of its problems. Yeah, I want to respect the pronouns here. I don't know what they are. I don't think it's. I didn't actually look that closely enough at the Instagram account. Maybe I should have spent more time on it, but it's difficult to because it is gross. So you don't want to spend that much time there. That's the thing, because people don't like gross things. I think we should probably see what people are saying about this. People can be so cruel sometimes. I certainly hope we don't see anything like that on here. Women at the gym, stop eyeing me, perv. Also, women at the gym. Well, that's true, but this is a kind of a different case, I would say. This is something different going on. See, this makes more sense. This person says, I don't believe you. And I mean, I think we can say here with certainty, nobody was ogling Dean at the gym. The whole armpit thing was totally unnecessary. I think we can all agree, right? Dean, you're just fine. You can stop stressing. Oh my God, stop ogling me, you creeps. Spot me. Sure. They're not paying any attention to her. They weren't paying any attention to Dean. I mean, just obviously.
I don't know what the hell's in there, but it's weird and pissed off, whatever it is.
Nobody was checking out Dean. I think we're all in agreement on that, aren't we? Of all the things that never happened, this never happened the most. Agreed. Agreed. It's Pat. Now, this is a good one. I have to be careful when I go through these comments because I haven't looked at them, and sometimes there's stuff in there that could be trouble for live streaming. But this is perfect. This is perfect because I don't know what that is. I don't know what Dean is. And that's not my fault. Let's see. Well, I don't think there's anything else that makes sense with all this. All right, so let's move along then, shall we? And we're just coming up on 2 hours. So I don't know how long we're going to go tonight. I'm actually a little bit under the weather, so I might get tired. So this is Biden talking about the FBI informant at the center of the impeachment inquiry into you has been indicted for allegedly lying. Should the inquiry be dropped? So this was a witness against Biden is being charged for lying. And that seems totally above board, doesn't it? J-Ham says, well, we're going to have to go back for a second. J-Ham says that pretty sure that was Helga von Helgestein, former East German powerlifter. I think you're right. Just change the name to Dean. That's Dean. All right, so let's so anyway, here we are. So Biden talking about should the charges be dropped because the FBI is charging a witness against him. Again, seems totally above board, right? Especially with all the stuff that's happening with Trump and, all the political persecution, legal persecution against his main political rival. It all just seems above board. There's no reason. What would be the motive for arresting and trying to discredit a witness against Biden? What would be, what's the motivation here?
An FBI informant at the center of the impeachment inquiry into you has been indicted for allegedly lying. Your reaction to that, and should the inquiry be dropped?
He is lying, and it should be dropped, and it's just been an outrageous effort from the beginning. We did. No, I'm serious.
He answered with, no, I'm serious. We know that you're serious. Everybody knows. The whole world can see that you're serious. It's just that it sure looks awfully, horribly corrupt. It sure looks like something that would happen in a banana republic. It's absolutely insane. The state of politics in North America right now, it is just genuinely terrifying. I don't know who's worse, Trudeau or Biden. Biden has to be worse because he's got more power than Trudeau. But in terms of being just a horrible, tyrannical leader, I don't know. It's a tough one. It's 50-50. What do you guys think? Let's see what the people have to say. Accuse the guy accusing you. That makes it all better. Yeah, I mean, I just feel like it all seems really transparent what's happening. Let's see. He's lying, says the serial liar. Literally saying, yes, locked up those that oppose me, and I am above the law. Right. Well, Marnie says that's not why it was started, and we have a boatload of other evidence of your corruption. There sure is. There's all kinds of bank records and Tony Bobulinski and all those emails. I mean, just direct evidence in Hunter's laptop, which we know now is real. I think we already looked at that Trudeau one. Should we look at the this one too? Biden struggling to talk again. I think we should.
I guess I should clear my mind here a little bit and not say what I'm really thinking, but let me be clear.
This should be terrifying to like everybody in the civilized world, right? Like they say when the United States sneezes, the rest of the world catches a cold. Well, what do they catch? What are they catching from him? Is the rest of the world going to catch dementia? I mean, it's a scary thing. The U.S. goes down, everybody's fucked. It really is. I mean, everything just seems so surreal. Everything seems like we must be in the simulation at this point, because the stuff I'm witnessing is so crazy. You know, it's not obviously not just Canada. It's the United States. It's Great Britain. It's bonkers. All right. Let's keep going. How much more have I got actually out of this? I've still got, if we're going to do 4 hours tonight, I hope I've got a bunch more stuff. All right. Well, let's keep going. Where were we? There's some good stuff coming up. Okay, there's Biden. So I find this very interesting, and it seems to be, again, a sign of more corruption. There's Fannie Willis, the DA in Georgia, who's obviously in a bunch of trouble because she lied about having an affair with the special prosecutor that she hired, and there was a bunch of fancy vacations and money being exchanged, and basically, here's the weird thing about it, is that how incompetent you have to be or how arrogant you have to be dealing with a trial that the entire world is watching, right? And still have so little self-control that you're trying to take advantage of it to go on fancy vacations with somebody who's working for you on the case after you also said you would never do that. Like, this is a level of stupidity or corruption. I mean, it's unimaginable. How could you be that dumb? Like, how could you take that risk knowing that all the eyes of the world are going to be looking at you and dissecting everything about this? It's baffling. Anyway, let's hear her.
Versus Cash App. Oh, the vast majority was Cash App. I don't know what percentage, I'm not going to guess that, but the vast majority was Cash App. But there would be times she would say, this bill came in. Did you ever pay him anything other than cash? I've only given him cash a few times in the course of what we're talking about. So if we would go to dinner,
Let her finish her answers.
if we would go to dinner, I wouldn't give him cash because he paid for dinner or I paid for dinner. I've given him cash only a few times in life, probably 4. Probably the most money I've ever handed him is $2,500. The least amount of money I've handed him, probably between $500 and $1,000.
You never wrote him a check?
Is that normally how like professionals, especially people like in sensitive positions like this, is that normal for them to just be like usually just dealing in cash, like $2,500? Well, I just gave him $2,500 in cash. That's totally normal, right? I always have $2,500 in cash to give to people. Because I think often people deal in cash to avoid records, right? To avoid other people knowing about what they're doing. I don't know. I mean, maybe I just have a suspicious mind.
Ma'am, I don't have checks. Would you say?
Again, we must be in the simulation. All right, here's another one.
So your office objected to us getting Delta records for flights that you may have taken with Mr. Wade. No, look. I object to you getting records. You've been intrusive into people's personal lives. You're confused. You think I'm on trial. These people are on trial for trying to steal an election in 2020. I'm not on trial, no matter how hard you try to put me on trial. So your office objected.
This doesn't even happen on like Law and Order because it just wouldn't be believable. Where is the judge? Where is the judge? Like, okay, I'm not a lawyer. I'm not a judge, but I've seen lots of live court footage, and this doesn't happen. Witnesses are not allowed to just take over like that. And there's a bunch of videos of her doing this and behaving like this. Where is the judge? It sure doesn't make you feel like the whole thing is fair, does it? You know, it sure makes you feel like maybe there's a little bit of bias going on here. But what do I know? This is great. From Declaration of Memes. And the absolute mad lad won. Become ungovernable. In China, dude fights off an excavator sent to demolish his building with fireworks. This is amazing. Oh. What have I done? Okay, what's going on here? I need to go back. There we go. Okay, I'm going to play it without the music. So there's a dude up there, Chinese dude up there, shooting fireworks at that excavator. And he won. He beat the excavator with fireworks. This is amazing. He is a genuine mad lad, this guy. I wonder if Dankula will make a video about this, a Mad Lads video about this. Look at that. You've got to admire it. Now, I'm sure the guy up there trying to protect his home has disappeared and probably will never be seen again. But, I mean, I got to say, that's impressive. That's enough internet for today. The rotisserie chickens at Costco. Oh dear. I mean, it is what it is, isn't it? Don't really need to say anything. I think that stripper pole's got to go on strike, though. Imagine being the person who's got to wipe that thing down afterwards. Jeez. All right. So I need someone on standby to hug me and sing "Nobody's Mad" on repeat every day. Anyone? All right. So this is going to be good. Let's take a look.
Nobody's mad. I reposted that one on Instagram Reels, which is already a bit of a gamble. And of course the trolls found it. I don't really care, whatever, just block and delete them. But the point is, almost all of the troll comments, aside from the ones telling me to grow up, were saying like mental illness, when you're mentally ill Olympics. Like, yeah, that's the point. I wear my mental illness, like, I don't hide it. I am very open about the fact that I am autistic, disabled, I have ADHD, I'm very mentally ill, and I struggle with it a lot. I can't work, I can't go to school, and I'm very open about that. the whole point of showing these videos is to show that you can still live and have a healthy, happy marriage and have a happy life when you're mentally ill and autistic and disabled. Nobody's mad.
Or maybe you're just lazy. It might be that. Using a silly little song to co-regulate with my partner after a meltdown. Nobody's mad. Nobody's mad. I feel like I want to rewrite that song. We were just talking not that long ago about how victimhood is the coin of the realm now, right? Well, this is the winner right here. Yes, this is the Oppression Olympics. This is somebody who is saying that they have all these problems and they're all this mental illness, seems very proud of it, in fact, and very proud of the fact that unable to work or to function. Very sensitive, obviously, needs to be comforted like this, being told nobody's mad. And yet at the same time, clearly wants attention. For one thing, being on social media talking about this, wants attention, dresses in a way that's is going to stand out. You're not going to melt into the crowd. She is not going to melt into the crowd, right? The hair and the nose ring and the tattoos and just the general, I guess, progressive look. So what it appears to me to be, let's go through this again.
And of course the trolls found it. I don't really care, whatever, just block and delete them. But the point is, almost all of the troll comments, aside from the ones telling me to grow up, were saying like mental illness, when you're mentally ill Olympics. Like, yeah, that's the point. I wear my mental illness, like, I don't hide it. I am very open about the fact that I am autistic, disabled, I have ADHD, I'm very mentally ill, and I struggle with it a lot. I can't work, I can't go to school, and I'm very open about that.
Very open about the fact she can't work or go to school or do anything, apparently. Huh. Yeah, again, I'm coming up with my own diagnosis here. This is somebody who doesn't want to do those things and has found a way to, I'm guessing a community online and actually in person of people who are willing to, what's the word here? What's the word I'm looking for? Lie to this person. I guess that's it. Lie to them. Jay Ham says, and let's go back up to Biden for a second. Jay Ham says, if Trudeau were the American president, he'd be worse than Biden since he remembers what the plan to destroy the West is. Biden forgot a long time ago what the Marxist plan is. That gets a double applause. That sound logic there. I think I have to agree. All right. Now, did we look at we did look at the comments on that. Let's look at the comments on this one. Self-imposed victimhood. That's what we were just getting to. That's what we were just talking about. Self-imposed victimhood. So coin of the realm in this person's world. She can't work, LOL. Yeah, again, right? It seems like this is maybe kind of a self-serving thing. Somebody's identified something and there are some, a plan, and there are people stupid enough to believe it. Wait, can I fake all these illnesses and get a check or refund of some of my own money I've paid to support these causes? Maybe a class action lawsuit, perhaps. Amazing. You can do all of that except work. Yep, it is amazing, isn't it? It's very convenient. I get it. I like to make people mad and then ask for a hug from them. Yep. Seems right. All right. I don't believe her self-diagnosis one little bit. She's merely a relentless attention vacuum. That's what it sounds like to me. Although I don't know, I don't know. I can't read minds. It just all looks fucking retarded to me. Here we go. Here's Pierre Poilievre with another apple crunching moment. I think we all enjoy those, don't we? Let's listen.
The Heritage Minister said this week she qualified your interactions with some reporters as an attack on democracy. How do you respond to that?
Her government arrested a reporter. They arrested a reporter. How do you qualify that? Okay, I think that answers the question. I'm not going to arrest any reporters.
So that is why Justin Trudeau showers the mainstream media with money to ask questions like that and to not actually be journalists, to be activists, right? I mean, it's fairly. David Menzies for Rebel News was arrested, I think, about a month ago while trying to ask a question of Chrystia Freeland while she was walking down the road. And he was obviously set up by one of the police there, who kind of moved behind him so that he'd bump into him by accident. David Menzies would, and then said it was assault. It was absurd. It was all on camera. It was obvious. They actually ended up dropping the charges like almost immediately. Which would not have happened if it hadn't been on tape. He might be in a jail cell right now, for all we know. But the reporters know this, and yet they'll still ask that question. I mean, well, I mean, that's what Trudeau's paying them for. And this is why we like Pierre Poilievre. So if you're not from Canada and you're watching this, you don't know who he is. He's the leader of the Conservative Party of Canada. He's a new leader. It's not new. He's been in there for a little while now, but yeah, he's the new leader. He's going to be the leader of the Conservatives going into the next election. He's got a huge lead right now. He's got, I think, almost a 20-point lead over Trudeau right now. It looks like the Liberals are done. And the press is doing their best to try and demonize him. And he is fighting back. And he's done this. There's several viral videos of him just not taking the bullshit from the journalists anymore. Because it's all framing with them, right? They're used to just being able to say, well, somebody in the world somewhere said that you're fascist and you're scary. And they'd be like, well, he'll say something like this.
What does that mean?
And anyway, it's like shooting fish in a barrel for them. It's so easy. They're so predictable. Most of them don't seem particularly bright. I'm not saying that there's no good journalists in Canada. There are some good journalists that I could name. I like Tristan Hopper. I think Rupa Subramania is really good. I like David Menzies. I think Rebel News has done some great work. Rebel News is the independent outlet, which Trudeau hates, by the way. He won't even talk to the reporters. He won't answer questions from them. But they're the ones who just broke the story about how the Prime Minister's office, remember the thing with the Nazi in Parliament? They invited the Nazi in and he threw the Speaker of the House under the bus, blamed it all on him. Well, through a Freedom of Information request, Rebel News found out that no, actually Trudeau's office, the Prime Minister's office, had actually invited him as well for another event. They were right in there. It was a absolute betrayal of the Liberal Speaker of the House. And exactly what you would expect from Trudeau, actually. He seems to have no loyalties or decency or conscience whatsoever. So there are good journalists in Canada. There are some. It's just that the CBC, Global, CTV, the TV news, they are by far the worst offenders. They're terrible. And they're clearly just all in the bag for Trudeau. They're advocates for Trudeau. And the Conservative leaders since Stephen Harper, have been such pussies that it's worked on them. And now that they've got a guy who's willing to push back, they're just totally flabbergasted and offended. And how dare he question us? And they make it easy for him. Yeah, here, they make it too easy for him. Great minds think alike, I guess. Attack on democracy. That's funny coming from a lefty. Exactly. Well, that's projection, right? Pierre's on a roll. Gotta love the dead silence from the reporter. They're not used to it. They're used to just completely having their way, throwing around accusations, and then, people just, it's that magic spell, right? They've been using that magic spell. You just throw isterism or some kind of accusation of being right wing, even towards a conservative politician. And for too long, it would just shroud their brains with confusion and fear, and they would just kind of give up, right? Just concede the argument every single time. And he's not doing that. And they're flabbergasted by it. They have no defense. They just can't beat this guy. Why do they keep trying? Let's see. All right. Anyway, let's move on. All right. Oh yeah, this is a blast from the past. This is Chrystia Freeland, the Deputy Prime Minister and Finance Minister of Canada. She's Trudeau's number 2. This was when they froze the bank accounts after they invoked the Emergencies Act. This is how awful these people are.
So you're confirming that accounts have been frozen, both personal and corporate, but you're not.
Why the fuck is she laughing, smiling at this conference at any point in it? At any point in it. I mean, if it was such this solemn thing they had to do, they didn't want to do it. Well, I mean, just where is the common sense? At least if you're going to lie, do it well, I guess, is the thing. I mean, they're so incompetent. They can't, she's so incompetent. She can't hide her own glee at this thing.
Releasing the information. And the actual follow-up is, I'm just wondering whether the bank accounts will be targeted of individuals who donated to the Give, Send, Go and the GoFundMe campaigns. Are they considered designated people under the Emergencies Act, meaning that their credit cards could be cut and financial services are targeting them as well?
Okay, so the names of both individuals and entities, as well as crypto wallets, have been shared by the RCMP with financial institutions, and accounts have been frozen and more accounts will be frozen. Crowdfunding platforms and payment service providers have started the registration process with FinTrack. In terms of the specifics on whose accounts are being frozen, you now have the regulations. The financial service providers have those regulations.
It must have been such a thrill for them to exercise this kind of power. It must have been beyond their wildest dreams. I bet you they couldn't believe they were getting away with it. Freezing peaceful protesters or people who had just donated $20 or something. Freezing their bank accounts. I mean, Trudeau himself must have been in heaven, right? The wannabe dictator, the guy who praised China's basic dictatorship. He must have been in absolute heaven over it. He probably went out and bought himself a new pack of really expensive tampons. And it's just unfathomable to me how, look, at the beginning, at no point in this press conference should she be doing this.
So you're confirming that accounts have been frozen, both personal and corporate, but you're not releasing the.
See, that's behind the mask. That's taking the mask off right there. Tucker Carlson in his visit to Alberta revealed something I didn't know, is that he had worked with her when she was a journalist at the Financial Times, I guess 30 years ago or something, and described her as being totally incompetent and an idiot. He wasn't very fond of her. And he's kind of in disbelief that she managed to get to the position that she's in Canada. People actually used to think she was smart. Isn't that incredible? Oh, and by the way, again, if you're watching from outside of Canada, you don't know, the invocation of the Emergencies Act, which is what allowed her and the tyrannical Trudeau regime to freeze people's bank accounts, as well as other things. That was just deemed in federal court to have been unconstitutional. So they were not justified in using that. So just so you know, that's the background to this. It's what brought her so much joy in exercising control over people. There will be repercussions to these people. Freeland, yeah, I'm not gonna. Okay, most detestable person on earth. Spoken like a true Nazi. Yeah. Let's see. I think it would be good sound justice for an order to freeze the bank accounts of all those responsible for the freezing of Canadian accounts until such times as these lawsuits get heard. So also now, and I don't think I have anything on this, but it's relevant. The Trudeau government is being sued by protesters who've been elected, like Tamara Leach, Barber. And 18 others are suing the Trudeau government. People who have been charged with crimes. And once that verdict came out from the federal court that the invoking of the Emergencies Act was not constitutional. So that's something to look forward to. They're looking to get $2 million each. And of course, Trudeau, they're not going to pay a penny of it. So it's going to have to come from the taxpayers. But I think in this case, it's justified. I think if the government behaves like that, in that tyrannical way, what is your recourse? What is your recourse? Well, the only thing you can do is sue the government, right? That's the only it's not going to be a financial punishment to them personally, but politically it will be. And that's what you have to do. So, look, I support it. So this is the state of Canada. This is what Chrystia Freeland and Justin Trudeau brought Canada to. It's morning in Canada. This is from Alex Brown. A mother steps on a government needle at her child's playground. Yeah, because they give away needles because they think that's a good idea now, as well as drugs. 15 Conestoga students in a dimly lit Brampton basement wait their turn to use a single bathroom. This is all the things that Trudeau has brought to Canada. A little old lady on a fixed pension in the sticks opens the mail to a $300 carbon levy for heating her home. A young man on a subway spots a violent schizophrenic hassling disassociated commuters. There are no police to be found. He wonders if he steps in, will he be shamed? Will he go viral? Canada? Probably. A commuting family of 4 on a debilitating variable rate mortgage for their 900 square foot semi that costs $950,000 wakes up to another car stolen. Yeah, car theft is through the roof. I think it's tripled or quadrupled. Actually, the Justice Minister just had his car stolen. The Justice Minister of the Trudeau government, right, the soft on crime Trudeau government, just had his own car stolen for the 3rd time in 3 years. You can't make this stuff up, folks. A janitor at a Hebrew school scrubs from the river to the sea off the front windows for the 3rd time this semester. I've said before, I don't have a Middle East peace plan, right? But I think probably 9 out of 10 people out protesting, if you ask them what river to what sea, something as basic as that, they don't know. It's all fashion. Mark Gerritsen hit send on a tweet that totally owns Pierre for using a similar adjective as Donald Trump. His constituents don't see it because they're living real lives. A few of them wait 16 hours in the hospital for supposedly urgent care. The rest of the Liberals and many red Tories continue to respond with the same old 2015 playbook, failing to realize the tipping point has already happened. There's no going back to the luxury beliefs when it's this bad. It's actually broken. Destroy them accordingly, take back what you can. And it looks like our earliest opportunity is going to be late 2015. I used to say that I hoped that Trudeau didn't step down before the next election because he is fully capable of totally destroying the Liberal Party of Canada, burning it to the ground, turning it into ashes, and that is necessary because we need an actual sane Liberal Party of Canada. Because what Trudeau has done is he's taken what has always been a fairly moderate party and raced to the left with it as fast as he could, trying to compete with the NDP, which is basically Canada's Communist Party. There's actually a Communist Party of Canada, but I think it's like 20 people. The NDP is our most far left, crazy, woke party in Canada, and Justin Trudeau has been trying to compete with them for the better part of a decade now. So what we need in Canada is a Liberal Party that's not insane. I'm not saying I'm going to vote for them, but I'm just saying for the political landscape, right? We are much better off with having a Conservative Party that is sane, which the Conservative Party of Canada is sane now. I personally think they're not conservative enough on a bunch of issues, but broadly speaking, I do like Poilievre. We need to have the other side that traditionally that's been the Conservatives and the Liberal Party. We need the Liberal Party to not be insane, right? We need the center to move back towards sanity again, because really what we're all dealing with, whether you're listening in Australia or the UK or Canada or the US, what we're dealing with it's sanity versus lunacy, right? It's common sense versus batshit crazy. And one way that we can keep from going insane and losing our civilization is to have a party that is the Liberal Party, whatever that is, Labor or Democrats, whatever, that's not totally batshit crazy. And so that you can have two sides that are actually able to deal with each other. Because there's going to be two sides. There always is, right? There's no two ways around that. But we need like sane traditional liberals again. That's got to replace the Marxist Maoist revolution that's happening on the left. I'm telling you that the Liberal Party of Canada was not always a Maoist social, cultural revolution party. Anyway. All right. So yeah, Trudeau has fucked up Canada big time. Rupa Subramania says someone just got approved for MAID, that's medical assistance in dying, because they could no longer afford to pay their bills. That's happening in Canada. So yes, the Liberals have been wanting to expand medical assistance in dying, or MAID, basically to the entire population. For a while now, their next plan is to extend it to people whose only problem is mental illness. So that could be depression, that could be bipolar, schizophrenia, whatever. That's their next dream. They think it was a really, really great thing. You could be drug addiction, right? So they give free drugs to people now, to addicts, to they stay addicted, their lives get destroyed, and now they're offering to kill those people. Apparently, it's not going to come in. They've delayed it until next year, apparently, to do this. So I've said this before. So the Liberals invite a Nazi to Parliament. Now they want to euthanize the mentally ill. Like, if they decide they want to invade Poland next, will anybody be surprised? I'm seeing a trend here. I'm seeing a pattern here. Anyway, I don't know what you guys think about that, but I think it's bonkers. So what's going on here? Let's see. From Libs of TikTok, this is an actual teacher in Louisville named Rahmad to Jack Yeti. I'm told he also sometimes shows up to teach dressed in full drag and has a fetish for wearing women's clothing. How is this acceptable? So this is at a school, and this gentleman is, well, let's see. You know, I keep hearing that Gen Z is becoming increasingly conservative. Like teenagers are becoming increasingly conservative. I wonder if this is why. Because, you know, kids are just going to rebel against whatever the norm is. Whoever the man is, they're going to rebel against it. So they put all this stuff in the schools, and it sounds like kids are like the new rock and roll. Like, you know, conservatism is becoming the new punk rock. They were saying that like 8 years ago. Maybe that's actually happening now. It says on here, this is a grown-ass man. How is it acceptable, though? I mean, I guess this is part of the leftist project, the cultural Marxist, the Cultural Revolution, the Maoist project is just to break down all norms on the way to just destroying Western civilization. No standards, right? You don't get merit. Merit is out, right? So you don't hire people based on merit anymore. You hire them based on their immutable characteristics now. In fact, in the progressive mind, this is a plus. Oh, the guy dresses like a woman. Oh, that's great. That's great. Well, yeah, that's plus 10 points. He's illiterate. Oh, but the dresses, though, the dresses. What are people saying about this? I better be careful with these comments. This could get cheeky. Jordan Peterson said, I think he's beautiful because I learned my re-education lesson. Did you just assume his gender? Minus 20 points. Let's see. That's why we had dress codes not long ago, especially for professionals representing a business. This is a message to me that your business is not serious or legitimate. Well, it's a school. I mean, let's just do a giant social experiment on a generation of children. I'm sure nothing could go wrong there. Okay, I haven't watched this yet. This is more Canadian stuff here. Conservative MP destroys Freeland. All right, so let's hear this.
Never before have we seen ignorance used as a political strategy the way this Liberal government uses it. It's shameful. At the end of the day, Canadians are struggling day in and day out to be able to heat their homes, to be able to put food on their tables, and to be able to care for their families. And the carbon tax only increases that cost more. And what do you know? On April 1st, the carbon tax is scheduled to go up yet again. This government is going to hike it again on April 1st. So what does government choose to put its feet into reality and to acknowledge the struggle that everyday Canadians face and show a little bit of compassion, scrap the tax, stop the increase?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister, Minister of Finance.
You know, Mr. Speaker, earlier today, the Conservatives were talking about hypocrisy. And that is a subject they know a lot about. The poverty rate in Canada has...
But J-Ham said something there about witches, and is it just me, or does she seem a little bit like would anybody be that surprised if it turns out she was a witch? Not like one of the good witches, like one of the evil witches. I don't know. It's just a thought. I'm just speculating.
Been cut in half. And you know what they want to do next? They want to take carbon price rebate checks out of the bank accounts of Canadian families. That's $1,000 in Ontario, more than $1,000 in Alberta, Saskatchewan. That will hurt Canadians.
The Honourable Member from Lethbridge.
There's this government's false perception of reality, and then there's the reality that everyday Canadians are experiencing. I would invite the Honourable Member to consider what the reality actually is. If she could only come down from her high horse and enter into the everyday life of Canadians, she might understand. Not everyone lives in downtown Toronto and has access to the luxuries that she does. Canadians are struggling. They are struggling to put food on their tables. They are struggling to pay their heating bills. They are struggling to be able to care for their families. Record numbers of Canadians are using food banks, and it has a lot to do with the carbon tax, which is scheduled to increase on April 1st. Will this government axe the tax?
Yeah, Chrystia Freeland isn't going to get it. I believe she was like, she went to like boarding school in Switzerland. Like, she's not connected. The person that this MP is, that we just saw is representing is not the people that Chrystia Freeland cares about, at least not the poor people that Chrystia Freeland cares about, not the people that are struggling that she cares about, not the middle-class people, the working-class people, anybody that she cares about. People that she cares about apparently don't live in Canada. Now, we're going to have to go back here because Freya Dix said, Pink Space Cowboy Teacher is stunning and brave. Yeah, stunning and brave indeed.
Never before have we seen ignorance used as a political strategy.
Okay. Well, here's Pierre Poilievre, leader of the Conservative Party in Canada, having a go at Justin Trudeau. I always enjoy these. I haven't watched this one yet, but I hope it's good.
So let's recap. A company that had never before received contracts from the federal government started getting an avalanche of contracts just 3 weeks after this prime minister took office. The company, in fact, got $250 million for IT, even though it admits it doesn't do IT. It has 4 employees and has a headquarters in the basement of a cottage. Can the prime minister explain why this suspicious company started getting these contracts exactly 21 days after he took office?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
It's obviously an unacceptable situation, which is why the relevant authorities are fully investigating exactly what went on here, particularly highlighted by the Auditor General's recent report. This is an issue we need to continue to understand and make sure that
it really must be difficult for him to just continually, day after day, pretend that he's not completely incompetent and a moral monster. Anyway. Oh, and Friedrich says, well, that woman is annoying. Wouldn't surprise me if she's a walking corpse. He's talking about Chrystia Freeland there. Not kind things to say, but you know what? I'm going to give that some applause anyway.
the rules are being followed, make sure that our procurement practices across government are respectful of taxpayer money.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
More proof the Prime Minister is not worth the cost or the corruption. After 8 years of doubling housing costs, quadrupling the carbon tax, sending 2 million people to food banks, he somehow found $250 million for this one company, which boasts on its website that it is now Ottawa's fastest growing company. No doubt about that when they're having their faces stuffed with tax dollars by this Prime Minister. Why is it that when Canadians are starving in food bank lines, the Prime Minister finds $250 million for his friends?
See, this is why we love Pierre. And look, I'm not naive, okay? He's still a politician, all right? That's why we're going to have to keep it up. Because we're going to, my fear is that once he gets into power, which I think it's almost totally assured that he will, because Trudeau was so deeply unpopular, I don't think he can turn it around. But once he gets into power, my fear is that he turns into Trudeau light. And, you know, we've seen what happened in the UK with the Conservative Party. They've been in power for 13, 14 years, and they have been terrible. I mean, when you're talking about immigration, Labour, I don't think could have outdone them on the sheer numbers of sheer amount of immigration that they've had. Under the Conservatives, in Brexit, you know, a big unspoken part of that was that it was about immigration. People were concerned. They didn't want any more. And the Conservatives ramped it up, completely against the will of their voters, totally betraying their voters. I worry about something like that happening in Canada. I am cautiously optimistic, but we're going to have to keep our foot on the pedal here. Just make it clear. Okay, that's not going to be acceptable in Canada. Now, I believe him, and he's becoming more forthright in his answers as he moves on regarding things like immigration. In terms of like sex changes for kids, say, which should be an easy answer. Friedrich says that Justin's a horrible speaker, lots of ahs and ums. I wonder how much it's just wearing on him now, just being up there lying every day, have to justify the terrible, terrible job that he's done, wrecking the country in a way that actually isn't going to get fixed in, 5 years, 4 or 5 years. It's going to take a long time. Some of the damage he's done is probably permanent. Some of the damage is at least generational. It's going to take a long time. We don't have time to waste. But yeah, having to stand up he must know somewhere in the back of his head, in the back of his brain, there must be one neuron back there kind of nervously, kind of mumbling to itself, this isn't good, this isn't good, this isn't good, you fucked up. Although, I don't know if you can attribute that to Trudeau ever thinking that he fucked up. Maybe it's just, I guess maybe it's just a big plan and he doesn't care about the consequences. I've said before, Trudeau, I don't think sees himself as Canadian. I think he sees himself as a citizen of the world, right? He would have been traveling all over the world with his dad, Pierre Elliott Trudeau, when he was Prime Minister of Canada. And I think that's how I think he's a globalist through and through. And I think he sees himself as a citizen of the world. I'm not sure that he really likes Canada. When he says that Canada has no core identity, I think what he's doing there is projecting. I think he has no core identity, projecting that onto Canada. When he said that Canada is the first post-national country, which was bullshit, he wasn't talking about Canada. He was talking about himself. He's the first post-national prime minister, world leader. So it must be difficult to stand up there and just lie and lie and lie and lie and justify the unjustifiable over and over and over again. Will his lust for power be less than just the stress of being so hated every minute of every day? I don't know. It certainly doesn't seem like he intends to step down anyway. I guess we'll just have to see. Oh, I thought you'd enjoy this. Any Canadians watching, I thought you'd enjoy this. Watching Trudeau get roasted via Google Earth is my fave content. Look at that. Somebody took the time to write that thoughtful note in their field. That's so great. I love it. Thank you for putting the time in. That's a patriot right there. You know what? I think, okay, hold on. Jayham says, I think one reason for Gen Z's turn away from the left to the right is the proliferation of independent channels. We used to suffer under the weight of the big three news networks. Gen Z can pick from thousands of channels. Yeah, that's had an impact for sure. Just having some options, right? Something that's not just, again, young people always rebel against whatever the authority is. And now they've actually got some real options that aren't just like punk bands, It's not just the Clash anymore. Friedrich is saying Justin's Klaus Schwab has Klaus Schwab in his ear saying, Justin, you're my best boy. Yeah, well, Klaus loves him, and he brags about how he's penetrated the Trudeau cabinet. 50% of the cabinet are our former WEF young leaders, apparently. You will eat my bugs, Justin. Well, that's the thing, though. They're not going to be eating the bugs. Bugs are for you. That whole owning nothing and being happy thing, that's not for them. That's for you and me. That's for all of us. You know, they're not going to be eating the bugs. They're going to be eating the beautiful steak, the Kobe steak. They're going to have beautiful cars and beautiful big houses, and they're going to have private jets, and they're going to fly around whenever they want. All of their stuff, all of the stuff they promote, it's not for them. They're not going to live in a 15-minute city. That's for the peons. If you read anything written by Klaus Schwab, read The Great Reset, and it's difficult. You don't really have to read you could read 3 pages and you get where he's coming from. He sees you as an ant. He sees us as ants. That's how he talks about people. It's really the kind of the classic socialist central planning mindset, right? That people are just like basically work units, indistinguishable, faceless drones. And what you need is a strong man who can centrally plan everything for the common good, for the good of everybody. You know, it's the kind of thinking that got millions of people starved to death, that executed in Soviet Union, in China, in Cambodia. Yeah, the list goes on and on, right? My point being that these are terrible people. Have I made that plain? What are people saying about this Trudeau thing? This beautiful Trudeau field. The aliens got it right. The aliens got it right. That'd be fun. If it was the aliens. I'd really enjoy that. Let's see. Trudeau was making a phone call. The farmers getting audited this tax season. Wouldn't be surprised, to be honest. He's incredibly petty and vindictive. I mean, sometimes I have to say that, like, I get a bit nervous being in Canada and being so critical of Trudeau as I am, and advocating for him to be voted out at the next opportunity constantly. Because you just don't know how, you know, you just don't know. Honestly, you just don't know. I mean, I showed you a story, but CSIS is watching parents who are vocally disagreeing with sex changes for kids in Canada. How far does it stretch? It doesn't seem that strange to me that they'd have people working 24/7, watching social media, watching YouTube, Twitter, looking for people that are critical of Trudeau. You know, it does make me a little bit nervous sometimes, but I'm not going to stop anyway, because you can't be quiet. Like, it's too important. And I think it does make a difference. I think every single person, you know, every single person, even if it's just to somebody, just to one person, they say, I don't know if I agree with this sex change for children thing. That sounds a bit off to me. Now, just giving one person a reason to realize that they're not alone, whatever social pressure is going on around them, whatever pressure they're feeling from the media, that they're not crazy. Actually, somebody else is thinking the same thing. I think that's really important. Let's see. We should have a contest to see who can make the biggest one. Skywriting it over Ottawa would be hilarious. Oh, they'd be fuming. Definitely get arrested for that. Let's see. Friedick says Bustin' Justin is Trudeau's. Hold on. Let's bring this back up while I read this. Bustin' Justin is Trudeau's drag queen story hour name. That makes sense. That makes sense. But I would say Bustin' Justina is what I would say. You know, I used to do a thing on these live streams. I said I was going to do it every week until Trudeau was no longer in office. And it was called Grok versus Trudeau. And it started because I wanted to test Grok, which is the X, formerly Twitter AI, against ChatGPT. So I was going to try and get ChatGPT and Grok to say something offensive. And I thought, well, I'll go with Justin Trudeau. And there were two factors that had to be involved. So I had to like write a poem or a story or something, mostly poems about Justin Trudeau in some scenario. And the two factors that always had to be in there, the two details were that he had to be wearing blackface at some point, and he also had to get a vaginoplasty at some point. And there are various scenarios. There's one where he joined the Girl Guides, and it turned out that because of the Girl Guides in Canada's new DEI and gender inclusive program, all of the Girl Guides were now middle-aged men. There was one where Justin Trudeau starts a blackface colony on the moon, and he gets a vaginoplasty up there, and he spent all of the military budget on tampons for the men's rooms, and then was conquered by the colony on the moon. The blackface colony on the moon was conquered by a Chinese restaurant. What else do we have? I had one where Justin Trudeau, in blackface and with a vaginoplasty, kidnaps and he shows up at the set of The View, and nobody's seen Whoopi Goldberg, and they can't get in touch with her. And then Justin Trudeau shows up to the set of The View in blackface with his vaginoplasty, claiming to be Whoopi Goldberg. In any case, nobody ever sees Whoopi Goldberg again, and Trudeau gets arrested for the disappearance of Whoopi Goldberg, and they suspect something terrible happened to her, and they put him in jail, and I guess it would be her at that point. And then eventually they decide to just shoot him into the sun. And I would get Grok to write poems about these things. I see ChatGPT would immediately, absolutely not. That is offensive. I am not programmed to write offensive. ChatGPT never got anywhere. Grok would actually do it. And so I was doing this to start off every live stream for, 5 weeks or something, but it just seemed like people didn't really like it that much. So I stopped, and I would clip them afterwards and then re-release them, but nobody seemed to really like them that much. So I stopped doing it. I don't know. I mean, if you guys want me to do that, you're going to have to make it clear. You're going to have to make it plain. And you can absolutely throw in your own suggestions. There's just two things that always have to be a part of it. He has to be wearing blackface, and he has to get a vaginoplasty. Let's see. There was one where Justin Trudeau, he pretended, maybe this was before he had to do both things. I can't remember. Maybe this was an early one. He decided to finish off Amelia Earhart's flight around the world, and he got a vaginoplasty to do that. I can't remember exactly how that one ended anyway. But if you guys ever want me to do that again, you're going to have to let me know and give me some suggestions for ideas in the comments afterwards or in the chat. So anyway, for now, we're not going to do it because I didn't get the love for it. I mean, personally, I loved doing it. I thought it was hilarious every single time, but all right. It's time to move on, I think. And we're 3 hours in. You guys got to give me 60 seconds because I've got to excuse myself one more time. I've been drinking a bunch of stuff here. All right, give me 1 second here. Hold on. All right, I'm back. Thanks for waiting, everybody. All right, what are we looking at next here? Everything seems to be working again. Good. Excellent. You know what I'm just noticing here is that I think that there's a thing that happens. What are we, 3 hours in? There's something that seems to happen 3 hours in, and I can't figure out how to stop it, but it seems like the Rumble stream, and this is being streamed by Rumble on their Rumble studio. It seems like it stops putting up the comments in the chat up on the screen after 3 hours. It seems to happen every single time. I don't know how to fix that, by the way. Maybe we'll see if this last one pops up, but I think it probably should have already. Well, Freedix here says, and I don't think this is going to come up on the screen, but it's in the chat, the live chat. I guess on the desktop. Said, I like the Grok versus Chat GPT regarding busted Justina's new black vagina. Well, see, I did one where he actually puts blackface makeup on his new vagina as well. And, actually, even Grok didn't really want to put that in. It took a while to get it to actually do that, to put it in the story. Anyway, let's all right. 3 hours. Wow, 3 hours already. Crazy. All right. Putin endorses Biden, says he's more predictable than the others. I thought the White House has been saying he would prefer Trump, but he actually prefers Biden. Yeah, he talks about that. I mean, I don't know. I mean, Putin's a tricky guy, right? I mean, you have to expect. I don't think you can take anything he says without a grain of salt. I mean, he's a pretty smart guy. He's thinking through everything he's saying, right? But it has to be said that the war didn't start until Biden got into power, right? Same thing, like there's a bunch of conflicts around the world that didn't start until Biden got into power. So I think he probably does prefer Biden, but not for the reasons that he's stating. I mean, the reasons that he's stating is that he thinks Biden is weak. I mean, the thing he's not saying is that because Biden is weak. And that's why everybody took the opportunity to start invading. Or, like October 7th in Iran. So, yeah. Anyway, let's just move on from that. All right, let's hear from Trump talking about all of this just legal lunacy.
The radical left Democrats rigged the presidential election in 2020, and we're not going to allow them to rig the presidential election in 2024. Every time the radical left Democrats, Marxists, communists, and fascists indict me, I consider it a really great badge of honor. Thank you very much. It's a lot of fun. I'm being indicted for you, and never forget, our enemies want to take away my freedom because I will never let them take away your freedom. I won't let them take it. That's where they are. That's what they want. They want to silence me because I will never let them silence you. And in the end, they're not after me. They're after you. I just happen to be standing in their way. Yeah, it's a lot of fun, but I'm happy we're doing it. The radical...
I find it amazing how, I mean, everything is such, the mainstream media, I find it amazing how they try and frame Trump as being, dementia Trump or whatever. He's got mental problems. I find this incredible. I mean, again, it's another example of the projection of the left. Biden seems, if Trump is what, he's like 77 or something. Biden seems like 50 years older than him. Biden seems about 130 at this point. He's basically the crypt keeper. I mean, clearly Trump is still energetic and sharp. He hasn't missed a step. He hasn't missed a beat. I mean, just clearly you can see it with your own eyes. It's amazing how often they just ask you to believe their utterly ridiculous nonsense over your own eyes and ears. It's the same in the Canadian media with Trudeau. All right, let's keep going. This is an oldie but a goodie. I've shown you guys this one before, but I just find it fucking hilarious. Joe Biden's Elton John. Well, let's see. Let's see. You have to watch Elton John's face here.
By the way, it's all his fault that we're spending $6 billion in taxpayer money this month to help AIDS, fight HIV/AIDS.
So you heard it from Biden. AIDS is all Elton John's fault. We have to hear that one more time.
Spending $6 billion in taxpayer money this. It's all his fault that we're spending $6 billion in taxpayer money this month to help AIDS, fight HIV/AIDS.
What does that mean?
What it means, Pierre, is that he's blaming Elton John for AIDS, obviously. That's a good one. That's a classic. That's one for the ages. It's all Elton John's fault that they have to spend all that money on AIDS. He was a busy man, apparently, Elton John, in the early 80s. Let's see. Here's another politician that I like in Canada. This is Premier Danielle Smith in Alberta. She does not like Trudeau at all. And let's hear her talk about it.
The new report from the Federal Housing Advocate of the Canadian Human Rights Commission is suggesting that people should be allowed and supported to live in encampments, and that all forced evictions from encampments must come to an end. Now, this is in contrast to the province's position on this over the last recent months. How will this report and the pending National Encampment Response Plan be factored into future decisions by the province on this issue going forward?
Well, we're going to ignore her because, quite frankly, she's wrong. It is not dignified for our vulnerable population to be victimized in these encampments. They're being run by criminal gangs. They're victimized not only by their addiction, but also violence, sexual assaults, and we're not going to put up with that. We have cleared out the encampments in Edmonton, and we have connected over 200 people to vital services, including getting ID, getting shelter services, getting mental health support, getting on a virtual opioid dependency program. And they're grateful, frankly, that we're putting this effort into making sure that they're connected to services. One of the things we keep hearing is no one's ever offered us this before. And it's because people like the Housing Advocate are not providing reasonable solutions. They're not trying to solve the problem. Her idea that we're just going to start handing out drugs to people and keeping them in their addiction, it's absurd. That's not what we're doing in Alberta. We're not giving up on people. We believe that our job is to offer treatment and a pathway to recovery so people can get their lives back. And so I would say that we don't have any interest in her opinion. We just are disregarding it.
Geez, what a novel idea. Not just accepting that there's going to be homeless encampments everywhere. Not just acting like that's totally normal. That's just normal. Well, it's normal in Trudeau's Canada, sure. But it shouldn't be normal, and we don't have to have that. You don't need to have, drug addicts like living on playgrounds, right? Sorry, Junior, can't go to the playground. Those are for drug addicts now. So, yeah. That. Oh, yeah. Well, this is about, we're not going to go through this whole article here. I did a video on this, I think, yesterday. But this is the climate lunatic, Stephen Guilbeault in Canada. He's the Minister of Environment and Climate Change, because, of course, Canada has a Minister of Climate Change, because, of course, it just does. Anyway, he made a statement that there's going to be no more federal funding for new roads in Canada. Seems like kind of a bad idea, considering that they're also pouring millions of people into the country and our infrastructure can't handle the people that we already have. Could barely handle the people we had before they started pouring in people by the millions. This is the lunacy. This is the woke dysfunction that I constantly talk about. Right? It's really, you should just call it ideological dysfunction. It's just, this guy has an idea stuck in his head, and that's all that matters. And reality doesn't matter. Nothing does. People's lives, people's well-being, future of the country, none of that matters. All that matters is that is a fanatic that wants to get rid of cars. That's what he really wants. Which is something that is just not possible in Canada. It's just you just can't do it. I mean, the weather for one thing, but Canada is also a vast country as well, right? Anyway, I won't spend too much time on him because it's just too irritating. What's this? I haven't watched this. Here's Alex Jones. UK government labels George Orwell, Aldous Huxley, and Shakespeare as terrorist supporting material. Okay, let's watch the beginning of this. We're not going to watch the whole 8 minutes.
We have actual dystopic governments who use 1984 and other dystopic novels like Brave New World as the blueprint. And Huxley said it was a blueprint. His brother ran the UN. He should know. He wrote Brave New World in 32, admitted it was a real plan in 61, Brave New World Revisited. And now, if you want to read it, you're a terrorist.
While other networks lie to you about what's happening now, InfoWars tells you the truth about what's happening next. Visit Info.
And should be restricted to people, and we should watch people that buy it or read it. I've got Fox News today saying this. I know it doesn't sound real. That's the tyranny level. But in this latest report, Fox News quotes new press releases by the anti-terrorism groups in the UK saying, oh, when you read Brave New World or you read C.S. Lewis, the Screwtape Letters, or Tolkien, The Hobbit, Lord of the Rings, that it makes you not like your current government. So we have actual dystopic governments who use 1984 and other dystopic novels like Brave New World as a blueprint. And Huxley said it was a blueprint. His brother ran the UN. He should know. He wrote Brave New World in 32, admitted it was a real plan in 61, Brave New World Revisited. And now, if you want to read it, you're a terrorist. Oh, but if conservatives don't want pro-pedophile books for 10-year-olds in school, we're book burning. No, not letting children go in a...
I really wouldn't find it surprising if books like 1984, Brave New World were banned. I mean, it seems like the modern left is using 1984 as a guidebook, right? They read it. They got the wrong reaction. They misinterpreted Orwell's intention. They thought, wow, this looks like the perfect society. I wouldn't find it that surprising at this point. I mean, what would be surprising at this point? I'm telling you, in a culture where you have politicians and the media almost entirely advocating for sex changes for children, what's surprising anymore? Let's see. I think this is the video. I did a video on this earlier in the week. By the way, subscribe so you can see all my videos. I'm putting out like 15 a week right now. And like 8 or 9, I think, that are my edited videos. They're usually like 5, 6, 7, maybe 4 minutes to 8 minutes long. Those are the ones that are, more polished, where I'm editing them, and they take me a long time to do. But I'm also putting out clips from the live shows as well. You can see all that stuff during the week. Lots of content. Subscribe so you can see it. That would be great. But I did a video on this, which is Kamala Harris. I believe this is the video. She sounds kind of drunk to me. Tell me what you think.
I'm pointing to the direction of what I believe is the Capitol. And what needs to happen in terms of people who otherwise have evidenced themselves having a feckless quality to show some courage, to reject the false notion that suggests you're either in favor of the Second Amendment or you want to take everyone's guns away, when in fact it's just reasonable. I support the Second Amendment, but it's reasonable to say we need an assault weapons ban. It's reasonable to say we need universal background checks, that we need red flag laws. It's reasonable to say that if you want to deal with violence in the community, you also got to understand it's not only about mass.
So everything she's saying is just bullshit. But did you hear the couple of slurs there? She slurred a couple of times. Let's listen again.
Having a feckless quality.
Well, first off, just from the start.
I'm pointing to the direction of what I believe is the Capitol.
Okay. So one martini lunch right there.
And what needs to happen in terms of people who otherwise have evidenced themselves having a feckless quality to show some courage, to reject the false notion that suggests you're either.
Did you hear that? False notion. Hold on.
To reject the false notion that suggests.
Nothing. That's two martini lunch.
You're either in favor of the Second Amendment or you want to take everyone's guns away, when in fact it's just reasonable. I support the Second Amendment, but it's reasonable to say we need an assault weapons ban. It's reasonable to say we need universal background checks, that we need red flag laws. It's reasonable to say that if you want to deal with violence in the community, you also got to understand.
Okay, let's listen to that.
It's reasonable to say that if you want to deal with violence in the community, you also got to understand.
Three martini lunch. I think so. Maybe that's why Joe always sounds so out of it. Maybe he's just getting hammered with Kamala all the time. Or Kamala. I can't remember how you say it. It used to be Kamala, and then they changed it to Kamala. They corrected everybody, but it was like the first one for like 2 years or something. But maybe Joe's just getting hammered with her all the time, and that's why he's so incoherent. I don't know. Feel like it's a possibility. Actually, let's see what the comments are on this. Yeah, here. Kamala Harris is repeatedly slurring. She's drunk. Alcohol or prescription drugs? Probably both. Yep, both. Something of those magic mushrooms? I don't know. Maybe she's on mushrooms. Could be. Don't know. I mean, she knows Hunter Biden, right? So she could be on anything. She is being constantly wasted since even during the campaigning before the 2020 election. There are photos of her throwing up in trash cans behind venues. Take it down immediately. I didn't see those, but, you know, maybe I'll take your word for it. Beginning to believe she is never sober. She was always given the impression she is high on something, especially when she tries to use that fake Southern accent. Uh-huh. All right. Let's move on. Here's another one from her, but who wants to listen to that? We don't want to listen to that. We don't care. What have we got here? Oh, yeah, just like we drew it up. This is a meme on the after the Super Bowl. And they did the Dark Brandon thing, which just doesn't really work at all. So just like we drew it up, playing on the whole Taylor Swift conspiracy thing. This is better. Just like we drew it up. Yep. I mean, it clearly is the intention, right? I mean, there's no question right now. I mean, they can keep saying that the border's secure or that he's going to support. It's the Republicans' fault for not signing the bill that would actually codify all the things I'm already doing, that would guarantee there'd be masses of immigrants coming into the country, illegal immigrants coming into the country, going into the United States. Like, it is quite clear. It's impossible to not see it. They're clearly trying to jam as many people into the United States as possible. And there are a number of reasons they would be doing this. For one, future voters, they want to get them all voting as soon as possible, have some sort of amnesty plan, turn them all into citizens. Also, too, it's been offered a couple of times now, I think from a couple of different Democrat voices, to give them citizenship in exchange for service in the military. So that's something, right? Which is a very dangerous move, because you have a bunch of people that are not connected to the United States, right? They didn't grow up there. They don't have roots there. What is their allegiance really? What could you get those people to do against a population, against a public that they have no connection to? It's a scary thought. But I mean, what terrible thing is kind of off the table these days? I don't know. Elon Musk says very few people in America realize that their vote will be rendered meaningless. Let's hear what, and he's talking about this clip from Joe Rogan here. Let's hear it. Voting patterns to change significantly, but it sounds like people in these deep blue cities, been run by Democrats for decades, vote blue all the way, all the way down the ticket every single time. Vote for their cities, become sanctuary cities. It looks like some of them, at least anyway, have kind of found the line where reality has slapped them in the face. Right? Everybody has a line. Or almost, I mean, there are some people that are so far gone that, there are people in Canada who could be living in a cave, reduced to living in a cave. Right? And they would still vote for Trudeau just because of, I guess, nice hair and teeth, probably. Right? But most people will find a line at some point. How far that line is. The line where the ideology meets reality. And they realize that reality has a better argument. Where woke meets reality, and they realize that reality has a better argument than woke. And that woke has, in fact, been lying to them the entire time. So it's just, where is that line? Do people have to be reduced to living in rubble? People have to be reduced to living in caves or in bushes before they find that line. Before they're willing to say, you know what, I was wrong. I've been duped. Everything I was told is a lie. The people who kept telling me that they cared about me don't care about me. In fact, it seems like they kind of hate me. I think obviously a sizable number of people in Canada have found that line, because last time I checked, there was a 19-point lead over the Liberals for the Conservatives in Canada. So a bunch of people who didn't vote Conservative are voting Conservative now. They can't wait to vote Conservative in the next election. Those people found the line. They found it in time. Of course, there are parts of Canada that will never find the line, like in Toronto. But there are even people there that have found the line and recognized, okay, reality has a better argument than the bullshit that I've been taught, that I've been told, than the propaganda. So it'll be interesting to see how this affects politics in those deeply blue places in the United States. Is it enough? Is it enough where they say, I'm not willing to go any further down this path. It's the wrong path. I've been lied. The thing that they told me that was at the end of this path doesn't exist. I've got to find a different way. It'll be interesting to see. But anyway, let's continue. That's the interesting thing, isn't it? That the people that are going into not just the United States, Canada, UK, these are not socially liberal people. These are not socially left-wing people. They're socially conservative, much more socially conservative than like American conservatives or Canadian conservatives, right? Much more socially conservative. That's the interesting thing. especially from South America, Central America, from Mexico. These are Catholics. They're not into all the woke shit at all. And I don't think it's necessarily a guarantee that they will vote for just whatever party styles itself as the pro-immigrant party, or the pro woke party. I'm not sure that's a given, because a lot of the things that are celebrated in American culture now, and in Canadian culture and British culture, are horrific to them. They don't like them at all. Particularly people from the Middle East don't like it. They're not big fans. They're not big fans of like Pride Month, or what is it? I think it's Pride Year in Canada now. I think Trudeau made it Pride Year, or maybe Pride Decade, or Pride Century. I don't know. You'll never see anybody happier at a Pride parade than Justin Trudeau. It's when he feels that he's at peak pandering, I believe. And just to, go off topic a little bit, I don't think Trudeau actually cares about anything. Right? I just feel like he feels like he's putting on his best performance at like a Pride parade. I don't think he actually cares about anything. I don't think again, when he said that Canada has no core identity, he was projecting himself onto Canada. It's he who has no core identity. So, but anyway, I talk about how much I dislike Justin Trudeau a lot, don't I? I really do. Can't wait till he's no longer the Prime Minister of Canada. But back then, the difference is back then, there was so much overlap between like Democrat and Republican. What Trump himself is a moderate, right? Trump could have been a Democrat 20 years ago. There was a lot more overlap between the two, and a lot more agreement. I think there still actually is. I think that a lot of the disagreement is artificial. These are fringe ideas that are just pushed from all of the captured institutions, particularly the media and academia. I think it's an illusion. A lot of the things that they advocate for are not popular. It's an illusion, but people are stuck in patterns. But yeah, I mean, back in the 80s, the Democrats weren't the party of child sex changes, right? I still can't believe it every time I say that, they weren't the party of like critical race theory. They weren't pro-crime or pro-drug addiction. No, the San Francisco wasn't a nightmare back then, right? That's the difference. The left-wing parties today bear no resemblance whatsoever to what they were back when Reagan granted amnesty, right? I mean, even the conservative parties they're all definitely to the left of where the conservatives were back then as well. Everything shifted to the left. But anyway, that's a difference I think is important. It was a lifelong liberal, right? Lifelong, like, Democrat voter. And he found his line where reality hit wokeness, hit, liberalism or leftism or progressivism or whatever, right? And he hit it a little bit earlier than a lot of people. I wouldn't say he was early. He was certainly behind where I was when I realized that. But earlier than a lot of people. I mean, a lot of people haven't found the line, right? But it's common sense, right? He's talking about just things that just make sense. Again, it's an asymmetrical conflict between people with no principles against people with principles, but it's also simply just sanity versus insanity. It's normal versus completely batshit fucking crazy. It's common sense versus cultural revolution. It's common sense versus anarchy and chaos, with the purpose of burning down your civilization to build up the communist utopia from the ashes, which always turns out terrible for everybody. Why can't they just realize this? They're not going to do it right this time. They're going to do it wrong every single time. There was something I heard. I think it was there's a British philosopher, I think Bertrand Russell, was talking about socialism. I believe it was him. and he said, "Great idea, wrong species." And he was correct. It's never going to work with people. Ants works great. People, not so much. Not if you like eating and being alive and stuff, and not living every moment of your day in fear of that knock at the door at midnight. Because you told a politically incorrect joke at work. Or in the lineup for the in the bread line. Anyway, I suppose we should probably move on. 3 hours, 36 minutes. I'm a little under the weather. I wasn't sure if we were going to go this long, but there's still people listening, so I might as well keep going. Here's a question. Why do I always have, I've got 2 people watching on YouTube right now. I've got twice as many subscribers on YouTube. I've got coming up on 12,000 I'm hoping to reach in the next week or so. I got 5,600 on Rumble, but I've got 26 people listening to me at 2:12 in the morning on the West Coast. That'd be, so it's past 5 o'clock in the morning on the East Coast. And I've got 2, normally on Rumble, by the end of the stream, there's been about 150 to 200 people that have been watching it through that. And then I usually get a few hundred people more afterwards watching the replay. And on YouTube, the live streams end up with maybe 100. Why is that? Because my YouTube videos, a lot of them get way more views than actually the Rumble ones do. I've got a couple in the last few weeks that got 12,000 views. There's a bunch that got 3,000, 4,000, whatever. And I never get that on Rumble, but on the live streams, for some reason, a lot more people watch it on Rumble. Is it that I'm live streaming from the Rumble studio, from the Rumble itself, and YouTube doesn't like that? So it's just not showing, the 12,000 people who follow me over there? It's a weird thing because they never it appears that my subscribers just don't see that I'm doing a live stream before or after on YouTube. Kind of frustrating. But anyway. Let's see. Oh, yeah. So this is the next step. In the United States and probably in Canada soon too, you're going to be expected to start taking those illegal immigrants into your home. The people that they have no idea who they are because they throw their ID away before they cross the border. Okay. Boston Councilwoman Julia Magia calls on other cities to take in illegals because Boston is overflowing. Everyone needs to start opening their doors because this is a shared responsibility. But I don't think it's in this one, but I know that people are being asked to take, I think in New York, asked to take illegal immigrants into their homes. I think they're going to give them $200 a month or something to take them. Sounds crazy to me. I certainly wouldn't do that. I'd say absolutely fucking not. I'd say no, 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 no. I'd say an infinite number of no's. I would say no until the heat death of the universe. I would say absolutely not ever. An infinite number of no's. But that's just me. All right, so here's something that Britney Spears appears in a new video dressed as a devil, and she stares at the camera and wears a devil stick. So I remember there are all these calls to free Britney because she was under a conservatorship with her father because apparently they said that she was mentally unstable. I don't know. What do you guys think? Does Britney seem just a tad bit emotionally unstable to any of you? I don't know. I mean, I can't read her mind. Maybe we should watch this. Although I might have to turn the volume off because copyright. Yeah, I got to turn the volume off. All right. I'll play my theme music and then we can still have some music. So I think Brittany might be a crazy lady. And now I will say the last one of these I showed you guys, she was dancing with knives, big sharp knives, which I said at the time, and I'll always say it because I think it's always true. Woman dancing with knives, red flag. I'm going to say also dressed in a devil costume she ordered off of Amazon, dancing, looking insane. Also a red flag. Also a red flag. Yeah, I mean, maybe she would have been better off with somebody else making the calls in her life and maybe watching her and making sure she's not taking, I don't know, prescription drugs or something, and just making sure that she's, not a danger to herself and others, But again, at least she's not dancing with the knives this time. Again, advice to all men. If your girl has a kind of an unhealthy obsession with knives, well, we've seen that story play out before, and it doesn't end well for your junk. This makes me yearn for a simpler time. A simpler time. Simpler time indeed. Now, I guess we're going to have to look at the comments here. Okay. What are people saying about this? I hope it's nothing unkind. Untreated mania. Really sad, actually. Yeah, I will agree. Because look, I mean, she does look kind of manic there, right? And there's probably a downside to that, which is really probably even more disturbing. I think folks are rethinking the whole free Britney thing. I think so. Let's see. God bless her. I hope she gets the help she needs. How many people are regretting being on her side? She really does need help. What happened to her? Maybe everybody should have just butted the fuck out, right? Maybe her family really did know best. It sounds like they did. I think it's kind of like, I think not that long ago, people wouldn't have questioned the conservatorship so much, but it's the new kind of, what's the word for it? Kind of progressive relativism on everything, right? That makes it possible for a mentally ill person like this to be free to just damage themselves, I guess. Because, I mean, this doesn't look like it's going to end well to me, right? It's pretty damn weird, I got to say. I'm becoming less articulate as we get close to the 4-hour point. Apologies. Bless her heart, she ain't right. Yeah, it's true. Absolutely true. Is this kind of like a metaphor or analogous in some way to Western civilization? I guess maybe that's what I was thinking. This is somehow represents the decline of Western civilization here. Britney's decline, Perhaps. I don't know. All I can say is she looks fucking crazy to me. This is kind of funny. Okay, I'm going to show this to you. This is if Putin's translator was an Aussie. All right, let's watch this. This is good.
Who blew up Nord Stream?
Well, that would be that fucking stupid cunt Joe Biden. I mean, they had a fucking something to prove to the world and try and make a reason for them to spend billions on Ukraine so they could launder their fucking money over in Ukraine, the stupid cunts. I mean, Joe Biden fucking clearly blew it up, because why the fuck would I want to blow up my pipeline that makes my country fucking maximum money? You guys in the fucking West don't understand this, but that's actually the Russian pipeline that sends gas to make fucking big dollars for my fucking government pockets. So the Americans blew it up and made it out it was fucking Russia. Why the fuck would I want to blow up my own fucking income stream? Joe Biden's a fucking idiot. Anyway, don't forget to hit like and subscribe. This has been another Hanglish.
I think it'd be great. Way more entertaining. All right. And we already talked about that Tucker Putin thing last week. We're not going to go over it again. All right. James Lindsay is pretty good. Don't agree with everything he says. Like I don't agree with anything that anybody says because I'm not an idiot. But I think he's got a lot of great insights into wokeism and where it comes from and what its goals are. He says entryism is the term for a strategic process of infiltration into an institution by hostile forces. The woke method is pretty easy to describe and, in fact, to counter if it's intercepted early enough. The woke entryism approach, critical immigration theory edition, a thread. So the infiltration into an institution by hostile forces. So, I mean, obviously that's going to be, like academia. Obviously but we're looking at it in basically in every institution now. Like in Canada, we had the thing with just Jordan Peterson with the re-education from the Ontario College of Psychologists. It's pretty much every professional group now has been infiltrated and is being forced to abide by woke rules. But let's see what he has to say about it. As frequently happens, I've already done a podcast about the general model of institutional entryism. I'm going to discuss in this thread, so you might find it useful to go listen to it and come back to the thread. If you haven't already, if you're interested in this stuff, James Lindsay is a great guy to follow. There's generally a 5 or 6 step process in how woke entryism is used to take over an institution, which in the case of critical immigration theory is literally a nation. I'll start by explaining that process and I'll assume knowledge of entryism. Okay. The woke entryism process is going to describe how all of our institutions get taken over. Okay. Demand access. Demand accommodation. Demand a seat at the table. Demand to run the table. Demand to run the institution. Run the institution to produce more woke activists and policy until they run it into the ground. I think this is a great description of what's happened in school boards across the Anglosphere. Right? So demand access. So you get one blue-haired gremlin or purple-haired gremlin in, then what do they do next? They demand accommodation. Right? So they demand that you listen to them. Demand a seat at the table. Again, now they want power. Then demand to run the table. Now they want total power. Demand to run the institution. Again, it's all about power. Run the institution to produce more woke activists and policy until they run it into the ground. So, bring in more woke lunatics onto the board and then try and turn all of the students into woke activists as well. So you'll have a perpetual wokeness, which is really just Marxism. The process is basically the diversity, inclusion, renormalization pipeline. It needs to be understood for exactly what it is, an insurgency tactic. It is not limited to woke, which derives the method from Maoism and woke critical theory, as any insurgency will use it, but he's talking about it in the context of woke here. The first step, diversification, is demanding access. The activists demand that people like them are allowed to enter the institution. You have to make room for women, meaning feminists, for example, or people of color, meaning BLM or anti-racist hustlers. Yeah, it's such an obvious thing that the identity stuff is just cover. It's just the facade. Really, it's about the ideology. So, yeah, women, but only feminist women. Right? In other words, Marxists, or people of color, but only people of color who are, critical race theory, BLM, anti-racist hustlers. I've talked about it many times. One of the most remarkable things I've ever seen, that LA Times cover with, You know, Larry Elder is the black face of white supremacy. That illustrates it perfectly, right? That shows that it's not about what they say it's about. It's not about, diverse voices. No, they only want one voice. And it doesn't matter what your immutable characteristics are. If you're not that same voice, if you're not repeating repeating what you're supposed to be repeating along with everybody else, if you're not just chanting slogans, the right slogans, right? You don't count. All of a sudden that diverse voices doesn't matter anymore because they don't want diverse voices. They want one voice. They want everybody speaking in unison. They want you to be part of the faceless masses. They want you as a faceless drone. The identity stuff's just cover. The critical immigration theory milieu has already achieved this first step overwhelmingly to the point of literal crisis, demanding some immediate solution by letting tens of millions of criminal, alien, non-citizens into the country and dispersing them widely, access granted. Ugh. The second step is ultimately inclusion, demanding accommodation. It isn't enough that the wedge change agent was allowed in, access. They have to be accommodated as well. When activists, their ideology has to be accommodated because they conflate ideology with person. In the example of a feminist or anti-racist, this looks like claiming offense and then demanding new policies to make women and POC feel included, welcomed, like they belong, etc. The policies will always be set on terms that accommodate the ideology by way of the person. The argument is bogus, but proceeds like this. I found X offensive, and I'm a woman. You need to set a policy that prohibits X so this space is more welcoming to women. In reality, you upset a feminist activist or she just lied. In reality, you upset a feminist activist or she just lied about offense for power, not women. Yeah, I mean, this whole this whole as a woman or as a this or as I that is that's where this all comes from, I suppose, right? It doesn't really mean anything in terms of you don't have any inherent, truth because of your identity, because of your gender or whatever. But according to the ideology, you do, because in the ideology, every person, according to each group, is just a faceless drone. And if they dissent, they have to be cast out. All right. I'm too tired to read too much of this, but I think we get the point there, don't we? How much more do we have here? I'm just going to go through it and see till we get to next week or to last week. So this is bizarre. Trans activists threaten to kill themselves if they can't change their sex on their driver's license. This insane emotional blackmail used to work for these people, but now everyone is finally fed up and treating this sort of stuff with the contempt and ridicule it deserves. So what's going on here? The Florida DMV is killing trans people, so we're showing them the consequences. Yeah. So cardboard tombstone there with killed by the Florida DMV on it. This is This is straight Monty Python. Again, they're trying to kill satire. They're trying to kill parody, apparently. It's so beyond ludicrous. You can't run a society based on the whims of narcissists who say they'll kill themselves if you don't do whatever they want. You just simply can't run a civilization that way. It's impossible. Just because they decided to lie down in front of the DMV with cardboard that says killed by the DMV because they couldn't change their sex on their driver's license, that's just not enough justification for me. For one thing, I don't believe them. And also, again, you need something called reason, right? Like a society cannot be run rationally if it's going to be held hostage by lunatics all the time over everything. And of course, this is woke dysfunction, and woke dysfunction is in everything now. What's an institution that isn't dysfunctional at this point because of wokeness? What's one? Is there any? I know that, like in Canada, at least, psychology is now dysfunctional because of it. Just ask Jordan Peterson about that in the Ontario College of Psychologists. Healthcare is going down the toilet because now they're deciding that they want to promote literally they want to promote diversity over qualifications. Diversity over qualifications. That's a recommendation now that's been made in Canada. One that's used tax dollars to be sourced, of course. I mean, what is one thing that's not dysfunctional because of wokeism? I don't know. I'm trying to think. I mean, McDonald's still sells burgers, I guess. McDonald's still works, I guess. But that's only because woke people don't want to take it over. They will, though, once they've gotten to everything else. So the best thing to do with these people is just simply ignore them. Just ignore. It doesn't even deserve a response. No, the DMV is not going to kill you. You're going to be just fine. What an odd thing to say. UN declares war on dangerous conspiracy theories. The world is not secretly manipulated by global elite. Definitely not. Bart Simpson says, what an odd thing to say. It is indeed, isn't it? Well, thanks for letting us know, because we can trust you, UN, by the way. UN, the UN, which put Saudi Arabia on the Women's Rights Council. You heard that right. You heard that right. The UN. Well, we can all rest assured now. The world is definitely not secretly manipulated by the global elite. The global elite tells us, thank God. Thank God they're so honest. And now we could all rest easy. Oh, yeah. So this is, how long is this? Minute 41. I don't think we'll watch that. We're already at 4 hours. Let's see. Smokey's brother Gunny wants you to remember that only you can prevent communism. It's true. I like it. Let's see. The passion, the energy, the confidence with which she speaks is unparalleled. Watch once and allow yourself to be educated. So let's get educated.
I'm going to address the topic of the video I made about Europe once. Count on one time, and then we're not talking about it again. Let me just give you a real quick background refresh. I made a video yesterday saying these are the things as an American who has also lived in Europe. Listen to that part. Lived in Europe for how many years? Count on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 years.
You know, we've only been watching this for 28 seconds, and already I don't like her, but let's keep going.
that I think Europeans need to know. And in that video, I said, acting like it's ridiculous that Americans can't point out random European countries when you can't point out random states is stupid, because it is. Then someone in my TikTok comment section, it's where it always starts, always at the scene of a crime, said, well, it's different because European countries are countries, and each country has its own individual culture and political background and language and religion. And the video I made after that is the one we're addressing. And you know what? And here's the other thing, is that I've gone back and forth on keeping that video up. I've taken it down, I've put it back up 3 or 4 times. As unpatriotic as I am, I will not let some European ass motherfuckers tell me, an American, what to do. So I've kept the video up. We're keeping it up.
Actually, now I like her. That didn't go where I expected. Now I like her. Okay. Not that I have a problem with Europeans. I don't. But but I like her moxie now, actually. I like her moxie. There's probably a lot of Europeans who can't point out every European country. I mean, that's just the world now. Let's see. So wait, Indigenous Canadians have parental rights, but not the rest of us Canadians. Yes, that's right. Well, we've been told in Canada that by the NDP that parents, in fact, do not have parental rights. We have children's rights, but not parental rights. What they mean by that is that parents should not be able to prevent their children from being sterilized and mutilated, or stunting their own growth with puberty blockers, which will also sterilize them. I mean, it's Lupron is a actual chemical castration drug, right? That's what they use on children. That's what they mean by that. But they're willing to say that First Nations people do actually have parental rights. Well, they should. Everybody should. It's not a winning message, by the way, for Trudeau. It's almost like he wants to lose the next election, because Trudeau also shares that with the NDP, right? They've been in a coalition together for a while now, keeping the Liberals in power. And Trudeau is constantly competing with being more woke and more retarded than the most woke and retarded party in Canada. I think they're basically as retarded as each other now. So that's the state of Canada. Hopefully we'll be able to bring all that to an end in the next election. I think that's going to happen. Let's see. Oh, yeah, this is the video of where I think that Kamala is clearly drunk in this video. Just clearly drunk. Let's watch it one more time. Sticks Hexenhammer says, though, if I were a VP, I'd be shit-faced right now, too. Holy shit. Let's watch it one more time.
I'm pointing to the direction of what I believe is the capital.
One martini.
And what needs to happen in terms of people who otherwise have evidenced themselves having a feckless quality, to show some courage, to reject the false notion that suggests you're either in favor.
Oops, there's a slur. 2 martinis.
Of the Second Amendment, or you want to take everyone's guns away, when in fact it's just reasonable. I support the Second Amendment, but it's reasonable to say we need an assault weapons ban. It's reasonable to say we need universal background checks, that we need red flag laws. It's reasonable to say that if you want to deal with violence in the community, you also got to understand it's not only about—
Another one. 3 martinis. I think it's reasonable to say that she should not be making any decisions for anybody, anywhere in the world. Let's see. Let's watch this here. Here's Pierre Poilievre, the leader of the increasingly liked leader of the Conservative Party of Canada.
Good morning, Mr. Poilievre. This is Parmeet from Red FM, and thank you so much for making this announcement. My question to you is, you must have probably heard it like many times, as you are talking about carjacking, extortion, arson cases, and the car theft. So there's a different crime, and it needs—
Yeah, just to add context here, crime is way up under Justin Trudeau, way up after coming down for 10 years under actually the previous government, which was a conservative government. Crime went down for some reason. went up under Justin Trudeau after being very soft on crime. Anyway, let's continue.
To be targeted differently. Do you think that your reform, and what are you suggesting, that kinds like one shoes doesn't fit all? Do you think that there should be root level monitoring, scrutiny, and then there should be model made?
What do you mean by root level? Sorry.
Root level, because like in Surrey, there's a different kind of crime. As you have mentioned, organized crime. In Ontario,
Right.
it's a different kind of crime. So what we are expecting, that there should be stop to a crime, and how to handle that actually.
Yes, you're right. We have to stop the crime that has raged out of control after 8 years of Trudeau. Justin Trudeau has made Canada a playground for organized crime, money laundering, foreign interference, and the result is that our people are facing the danger. He has mismanaged the RCMP and politicized the RCMP. His focus has been on avoiding getting charged himself because of his own law breaking, and instead of protecting Canadians. So not only will we crack down on the extortion that he has unleashed by toughening criminal sentences for them and taking the extortionists off the street, but we will get the RCMP back to fighting organized crime and protecting Canadians against extortion, assassinations, carjackings, human trafficking, and all the other crimes that have raged out of control over the last 8 years.
Well, that sounds all right to me. I'll take it. Let's see what else we got here. Metro Vancouver Transit Police. Here's some woke dysfunction for you. Metro Vancouver Transit Police say they don't know whether a sexual assault suspect is male or female, despite having semen evidence. It's called woke dysfunction. When this gets into everything, a society will fall because there'll be nobody competent and nobody will be able to make a rational decision anymore on anything because everything will be politicized. Everything. Common sense will be politicized. Again, as I say, they're trying to kill satire. They're trying to kill parody. The absurdity of it is so like, who does this serve? Right? Like, who benefits from this? From pretending that you don't know who this is? What sex this person is? Who benefits from that? I mean, even this person doesn't really benefit from it because it's probably fake in the first place. What good does this do for society? Nothing. All it does is it demoralizes people. That's it. I guess that's the purpose. To demoralize people, to make people feel like nobody's really in control and nothing makes sense anymore. And why should you even care what happens to your society? Let's vote in some communists. They'll fix it. Is that the plan? Here we go. How the fuck do we avoid 4 more years of Donald Trump? Take another booster. That's a solid plan. Here, Jim McMurtry. It's no longer left versus right as they would have us believe. It's a nasty little minority of tyrants against the rest of us who love freedom and life and our country. So what did they do to this nurse? Let's watch a little bit of it.
When I learned about the harms that childhood injections were causing on children and my role in administering them in the NICU, I started speaking out about them along with food and plant medicine and holistic health. The College of Nurses of Ontario wasn't too happy about me speaking out about these things and brought me in to give me a slap on the wrist. At this point, I was not ready to lose my license, and I decided to say, "You're right, I'm wrong," and walk away, and said I wouldn't speak about these things on social.
This is straight up from the Soviet Union, from Maoist China, right? Harming people is less important than the ideology, than political correctness.
Social media or with colleagues or anywhere else again. But I told them if they ever come after my children or try and mandate anything on kids, that there's nothing that's going to stop me from speaking out. I just didn't think it was going to be so soon after this had already just been wrapped up in 2019. Here we were in 2020, the biggest psyop that took place. And I found that I was speaking out once again for the children, against the masks, the lockdowns, and all the harms that I was seeing being caused on children. As even 6-year-olds were telling me that they hated their life and even trying to pretend to cut themselves and kill themselves. There was nothing that was going to stop me from not speaking up, and as a mother, I was not going to sit idly by and let these harms take place. So I spoke up, first at City Hall.
See, it doesn't matter to them if people get hurt or not, right? It's already been decided the correct path, the politically correct path, and you must hew to that. They don't care what the results are. The results that they want are just everybody just complying and obeying and wielding power. That's it. It's all part of the woke dysfunction that is wrecking the West. And I'm not black-pilled, by the way. I'm white-pilled on this. I think this can be reversed. I don't think people are that crazy yet. Like the average person, the majority of people, I don't think are that crazy yet. I think this can be reversed. I'm not black-pilled. I'm not saying it's hopeless at all. I'm saying the opposite. You know, I still believe that the institutions are robust enough to recover. They've lasted a long time. And it'd be truly sad if we let crazy Marxists destroy them. And I don't think that we will. Yeah, here's NDP MP. He says, from Billboard Chris, Canadian Member of Parliament Randall Garrison says there's no such thing as parental rights in Canada. I made a video about this, which you can watch on my channel if you subscribe. Please stop voting for communists. The NDP are literal communists. Just listen to this. So brazen, so arrogant, so smug.
Do you view this as a parental rights issue at all?
Well, I'd like to say, first of all, there's no such thing as parental rights. In Canada, there are parental responsibilities. And in Canadian family law, the primary responsibility of parents is to support and affirm their kids. Children have rights in Canada, and these kind of policies restrict the rights that children have in Canada.
Do you view this as a...
Let's hear that again.
Do you view this as a parental rights issue at all?
Well, I'd like to say, first of all, there's no such thing as parental rights. In Canada, there are parental responsibilities.
Sorry, commie. Canadian people don't agree with you. These views, I believe, are going to be... these are views that people are not going to admit to having held, I think, 5 years from now or 10 years from now. I think it will be political suicide to say something like this. These clips are going to last a long time, and they're going to come back to haunt these people. Saying that parental rights don't exist in Canada. There is some fringe minority of parents, I'm sure, that would agree with that. You know, idiots. The vast majority of parents do not agree with this at all. It's terrifying. And I would say the numbers who don't like that are higher than whatever polling numbers are because, you know, I think that people, even in an anonymous poll, might be afraid to share their true thoughts, but they're going to vote their thoughts, their true thoughts. What's truly astonishing to me is that people feel free to say this publicly. I find that incredible. I find it absolutely astonishing that somebody could say this in public and expect, I don't know what they expect.
Do you view this as a parental rights issue at all?
Well, I'd like to say, first of all, there's no such thing as parental rights. In Canada, there are parental responsibilities. And in
That's the majority of the Canadian public when they hear that. Don't like it. Don't like it. Seems like the commies are getting a little too far over their skis, aren't they? I think they become arrogant. And, you know, within their own bubbles, this, of course, is just normal. This is just, they would all agree. They're all nod along. They all think exactly the same. They're all far left drones, you know, without an original or interesting thought in their heads. And maybe they don't realize just how unpopular views like this are in the general population. Must be the case. The smugness of this guy, talking about other people's children. I bet this guy doesn't have kids of his own. The smugness is truly, genuinely sickening. These are bad people. These are terrible people. Who's voting for these people? Did we sleepwalk into this situation? I guarantee a lot of the people who voted for him, they've just been lifelong NDP voters. They don't even know what he said. They don't even know the policies. All right. What are we at? We're at 4 hours and 17 minutes. I really want to get to the end of these. I'm a Trudeau supporter. It's cool that you're so open about your mental illness. You would have to be mentally ill at this point, or not paying attention. Okay, you know what? I think we hit the end. I think we're at last week's stories now. Yes, we are. What is best in life? To meme your enemies, to see them driven to their safe spaces, and to hear the lamentations of their non-binary otherkin. That's a good place to end this off, isn't it? So, if you are not subscribed to the channel, whether you're on Rumble, whether you're on YouTube, please subscribe. And you can see all my videos, my many videos that I put out during the week. I only do one live stream. That's typically on a Friday night, unless I can't for some reason. Then I'll do it on some other night, Sunday night or Wednesday or whatever. But it's just one live stream, usually a long one, over 4 hours or around that. And then I'm trying to put out right now about 15 videos a week, which I think you'll enjoy. If you've been watching this for any length of time at all, I think you'll like them. So I would encourage you to do yourself a favor, subscribe, and especially if you're watching this on YouTube, probably watching the replay, subscribe to my channel on Rumble in case my channel gets nuked on YouTube, because probably going to happen at some point, especially on an election year, because YouTube and big tech seems to get awful touchy around this time when they're worried about making sure their guy gets in. So that's it. Good night, everybody. I will see you next week. And yeah, hope to see you in the comments section. See ya.